Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce, man. And boy, is this show gonna be saucy. I'm just telling you right now, it's a lot going on this show, like we do every freaking Wednesday. A lot of work being put into this, a lot of little background, work having to happen, but it's gonna be a great show. The Bears conversation, I cannot wait to get to right now because I feel like right now is when the games are the most critical. Everybody knows that this part of the season, that little stretch run where you got to show and prove you're worthy to be in that playoff conversation. And what a better team to prove your worthiness against than the Philadelphia Eagles. That's going to be that conversation is going to be right tonight. I'm telling you guys right now. And welcome into the show, Naj. I mean, let me give a special shout out to Naj, man. And only because you said these words in the chat, Naj, I'm going to say this to you, man, all my heart, man. Keep good vibes. Keep your spirit good. Man, Naj lost two parents in the span of a few months. In August, he lost his mom, and just here recently in the last week or so, he lost his dad. And so I would never be able to relate to how impactful something like that might feel going on in that succession. So, Naj, I don't know how you gonna do it, man, but I know you're strong, dog. I know you're strong, and hopefully you come out on the better side of this pain, a better man, and a more important figure in your family, man, because you got to hold it down now. So I just want to send you some love, Naj, and I appreciate your presence at all times, man. I love you, bro. I love you, man. Be strong. But let me pass it over to the Canuck before I start talking too much and get sappy, man.
Well, you kind of started sappy, so let me give the exact same condolences to Naj. Big shout out to you and thank you for supporting my network, this network, Sports Chicago Style. We are always out there, always in support of us and under the same pretenses. May both of your loved ones rest well and power, strength, and longevity to you and the rest of your family. That being said, again, please accept our condolences here from the Nomad Network at Kids of Canuck and Sports Chicago Style. And stay up, my brother. It's going to be one heck of a couple of months for you moving forward. I do know what it's like to deal with exactly this, and it ain't fun. So, chin up, my bro.
Man, I have to say this, man. I have to say this because it's been heavy on my heart since the last show we did. Because I had in my heart to say something then, but for whatever reason, we get carried away watching the game and reacting to the game. Things just slip your mind, and I just had to say that, man, because man, we love everybody in this community, man. Every single person that comes in here and is a part of what we do all the time and making sure they're supportive at all times. Naj is definitely A1 in that category, but that's not the reason. It's just from man to man, human to human. Be strong. Be strong, man.
Yeah. Shout outs to Lord Crimson in the chat and Mr. Mayhem as well, who's just jumping in. Yeah. Big ups to those guys and thanks for coming in early. We're gonna get down to brass tacks.
My cat's over here being an asshole. Let me let her out right quick.
Okay, don't worry about that. Cats will do what they will do. Reasons why I no longer have a cat. That's a longer story. Anyways, yeah, man, it's gonna be one hell of a week. Can't wait to really dissect what that's gonna look like with respect to these Philadelphia Eagles, these former Super Bowl defending champion Philadelphia Eagles, and our beloved Chicago Bears. I think, as I've probably said I did definitely. I've said recently, I believe it was on the game show, that I had these Bears at the beginning of the season. I thought I had this one marked as a loss. I'm not so sure that's the case anymore. We have as much a shot as anybody could possibly have at beating the defending Super Bowl champions. They don't, in my mind, scare me. They don't look like they're like uh, 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 an elite caliber football team. That's just my 2 cents. They're coming off a loss. They may be a little bit hungry, and we are coming off of a win. We're not necessarily riding high because these guys are working every week to get these wins.
Here you go, stealing the meat off the Bears' bone, man. Hold your horses, man.
Well, fine.
We got to be human real quick so we can get the chef in the building.
Fine. Well, yeah, it is that type of Wednesday. Well, time for some extra sauce. We got a little bit of a visit from the good old chef himself, so he'll be coming through sooner or later. He promised me some sort of Canadian fare. I'm excited. I don't know what that really is. Is it poutine? Is it some flapjacks? Some Canadian bacon? Something maple infused? I don't know, but it sounds like breakfast.
Whatever it is, he's already in there eating it.
Oh, snap, man. Shout out to Liberty's Outlook and the good Minister Charles. Tim Basemore just jumped in as well. Shout out to all you guys, man. Big up. But yeah, crazy, man. Crazy. Who's Tim Basemore? I was like, who's Tim? Yeah,
we love you, bro. We love you, Tim. We love you right on back.
Thanks for coming through.
Love all y'all, man. So
we'll get deep into the Bears later on.
Some human stuff, man. We got Thanksgiving coming up tomorrow in this country. And I'm not very much of a Thanksgiving person for a couple of different reasons. But since we on the show, I'll just say this. My mom's likes to put a lot of pressure on people to deliver for Thanksgiving. This year is at my sister's crib. And what I don't like about Thanksgiving, I guess it's all I just don't like a lot of people in my space, bro. Not in my house. You know what I mean? I'm just one of them kind of guys. I have people over. I'd rather y'all be outside.
Is it people or is it family?
They all people. I don't give a shit who they are, family or not. I don't want your ass in my house.
Damn.
Not like that. People be in your house fucking up stuff, man. All the time. All the time, man. And when I have get-togethers,
it's okay to whip family's ass. Like in my opinion, that's okay. Sometimes you have to whip their ass.
Well, that's the whole point. That's why I don't have them inside my house, so I don't have to do that.
Oh well, can't win them all. I will whoop my nephew's ass if you know what I mean. If he smashes something accidentally, he will get an ass whoop. But outside of that, one day I can live with family for a day. Couple hours, you know what I mean? Couple hours, I can live with it.
You know how it's going to happen, man. All the drinking gets to flowing. Everybody, you know how it is. Uncle Nate, come over there, and they didn't ate a plate and a half, maybe 2 plates. And next thing you know, people in there unbuttoning jeans, and next thing you know, they're picking up the drink, kick the shoes off, feet smelling like aged Parmesan, and just stinking. It's just bad, man. I can't stand Thanksgiving, man, because. And whenever it was at my house, guess who had to clean up all that shit?
Well, it's your house, so the answer is you.
I'm talking about when I was growing up at my mom's house, bro.
Hey, if it's her house, the answer is you.
Yeah. Yeah, awful, man.
Oh, snap. I know how that feels, man.
Shout out to Minister Charles. He said, this Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for the podcaster, whoever that podcaster is, that took it upon himself to sponsor a fundraiser and raise the money to buy my bottom dentures. That's good, man. I think I know what podcaster it is, and yeah, that's good. That's really good, man. It's nice that people are willing to do that kind of thing, man. We do it over here if we need to, for whatever reason. We did it for Brian. Yeah, we'd have done it for you if I'd have known you needed it like that. We would have done that. Did it for Brian. We'd do it for anybody.
Yes, sir. Big ups to
Mr. Charles.
Big ups to Minister Charles for getting that squared away, and big ups to the podcaster in question. Shout out to BCP. Give those guys a little bit of love. That being said, man, shoot, ain't my Thanksgiving, so I've been giving my thanks already. I'm just trying to avoid turkey and ham this weekend at all costs, as well as apple pie, because the brother got to keep a trim figure. You know what I'm saying? Gotta look sexy.
Well, turkey ain't gonna mess with your figure, brother.
6 days of turkey might. Turkey's a big bird, dog.
You know what, man? We're gonna have some conversation about that, but let's find out if the chef is ready to rock and roll. Because he looks ready, man. So kids, you go ahead and
all right, he look about as ready.
You might need an introduction here though.
Oh, snap. See, they got me going the whole
let me make sure it's loaded up.
Whole 9 yards, sir. Are you doing that or am I doing that? Who's doing that?
You need me to, I can do it.
All right, you do it, man. Because I gotta
Here we go.
Find it.
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
That's my guy, man. Love that guy. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, Chef Trips.
Hello, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Very well.
Hey, Chef.
Welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips. I am your owner and proprietor, Chef Trips. And for the segment here on Some Extra Sauce on the Nomad Network, I am a MFer in the kitchen.
There's my guy.
Now that I must tell you that let's go directly to the camera because the oven is already hot.
Boom.
For the food.
There it is. There it is.
So what we are doing right now, we are putting the ground beef into our medium heat skillet, and we're going to break it up. And and we're going to add some onion and some garlic in a little bit.
You got me already. I'm in.
All right. Now on the back burner over here, you have these peas, the beautiful green peas, and we're gonna just have those on a very low heat and let them heat up. But right now, also, the oven is on, so it may get a bit hot in the kitchen, as it should. And we have the oven heating up, as we have some things in there as well. But for right now, we're going to be breaking up the meat. And I would also like to send my condolences on behalf of Sports Chicago Style to Dinaj on the loss of his parents. But while it will suck because the parents have loved you since before you were born, it is the natural order of things. Because it would really suck if they had to bury you, sir. So consider this the way it should be, and they are at peace and at rest together. And for others that may be going through things with your family, as we are coming up to Thanksgiving, and as many of us get older, we have already lost many members of our family, and many that may have made those days or those holidays special. But don't fret. Just remember why you loved them, who they were to you, and you pass that on somehow into other people's life. So you remember them in a fond, thankful way. And also remember that some of the people who have gone on were battling physical ailments and mental ailments, and it is better that they are at rest now and are no longer having those battles. So it is not always a bad thing, even though it will make us sad and will make us miss them. It is okay. And we give you all the strength and all the love that we can from here at the Nomad Network, at Sports Chicago Style, and from at Kids the Canucks.
Quick question, Chef. How do you feel about people in your place during the holidays?
It is always a happy time to see the friends and the family for a little while, but I would prefer it is not at my place because we don't need all of those people up in here. Because when people go home, it's like, damn, I just had to vacuum the place to make it look presentable, and now I got to vacuum again because of all of the tracks and the prints. And then you always have to clean the toilets afterwards because some people just have no respect.
Even family, huh?
Even family. Sometimes those bastards are the worst.
See what I mean, kid?
If the worst part about this is real talk, I ain't really trying to have nobody over here either. I was just, I'm just trying to be a nice guy for the holidays and shit. That's basically the best thing that I can say.
People will do stuff.
Now,
People will do
as
stuff.
This is Browning. As the pink is coming out, I will now add real quickly the
onion.
Thank you very much, the kids. And then we will add a few pieces of the minced garlic.
Mm-hmm.
Right on.
Get any cayenne pepper in there?
No cayenne pepper just yet.
Cayenne pepper. All right.
That may be a little much.
Okay. Crimson, your dig says, shout out to Crimson. He says his house is a fortress of solitude, as is mine, sir.
I can't dig it. But we will throw in a little bit of the Worcestershire sauce.
There she is. Who's your sister?
She is a beautiful person, just not a beautiful person in the face.
Oh, snap.
Now, I wish that you could smell the aromas of the Worcestershire sauce, of the garlic, and all of the onions. Very aromatic.
Trust me, I can, my guy.
So we will let that.
Let me give a shout out to my wife because I'm sitting here thinking about we did some tacos this week and I crushed it. I totally fixed up with tacos, but I gotta give a shout out to the wife for making me some bomb ass spaghetti last week. That was really somebody else who made the spaghetti all together, but she put it on the plate for me and made it hot. So I wanted to give her props.
So that was so sweet. I just want to hear your wife's version of it. Talking about how you grilled tacos and shit. I want to hear her talk.
Oh no, she knows what's up. she knows what's up because her version of tacos. She put the taco seasoning in there and she stirs it up.
That's a whole conversation. But since the chef is cooking, because I want to ask you about that.
That's the end of the story. that's a whole damn story. Me, I got some cumin in there, some turmeric, some pepper, a little bit of garlic. I had to spice it up. Some beans. She put the beans in there though. She got the beans in there this time. But yeah, it turned out real good.
Beans. So everybody don't do beans with tacos. What kind of tacos did you do, man? Like what did you do? The Ortega with the hard shell? Did you do the soft shell thing? What did you do?
So I did something very low carb. I just did it with I just did it with a lettuce wrap. No shells at all for me this time around. It worked out real good, man. But the key to that is you really got to have some flavor in that taco meat, man. So I flavored it up real nice.
My taco meat is always delicious. So is my fupa.
Mr. Charles, I don't know what's going on, why you can't see comments. It looks like you viewing from kids' podcast.
Are you on my channel, Charles? Let's see where you at. You're not on trip. No, you're not online. Minister Charles is not on any of the shows. How are you watching this, sir? That's real weird. I don't see your comments on any of them, but I see them on the back end.
There's some weird shit going on with YouTube that I've got to get straightened out. I'll get it done after the holiday, man.
Minister Charles, make your screen big and see if it says join. And if it says join, click join. Maybe you're booted out for some reason.
Now that the ground beef it is done and the onions are softened, we will take these out into our strainer and we will put them to the side.
Okay.
What are you straining out?
Straining
Oh,
grease.
The meat.
Okay.
Gotta strain that grease out of there. Nobody
Yeah,
need
I wouldn't strain it. I just me. I learned the paper towel method works.
The paper towel method is also very good.
Yeah, unless you plan to like reuse that grease with something else.
And that is also a possibility.
Yeah, there you go.
That's why we let that strain to
See,
the
I
side
can't.
over there.
In this house, I can't cook onions with too much crunch in it. My girlfriend won't eat it.
Say what now?
My girlfriend won't eat onions with all that crunch in it. Not in this dish.
Oh, so you need them real diced up is what you need.
Real diced up and smash them down.
Mm-hmm.
Or what you could do, you could dice them up smaller, and you could also let them cook longer. Because the longer they cook, the more they will dissipate. So I do not mind the onions in mine. So they are nice and big. But if you know that your partner or yourself has a particular taste, you can still utilize the onions. You just let them cook a little bit different. And now that
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm good. Go ahead, Chef.
No, I was just giving this a few more moments to drink, and while we did that, you can go ahead and speak.
Love it. Love it. Love it. I can smell that shit through the TV.
Check and see if you're subscribed, Minister Charles. If you're not subscribed, subscribe again. Because I know this is in subscriber mode, but for some reason everybody else is coming through. I don't see your stuff.
All right, now that is there, we will put that over there. And so with like the kids of the Canucks referred to, we will be utilizing this grease. So we will turn the heat back up to a medium. We will check our peas, because peas do like to boil over. Watch them carefully. And now, in addition to the ground beef grease, we will add a little bit of beef tallow.
Oh. You gotta explain what that is, sir.
Well, the beef tallow, I rendered from the cuttings and the trimmings of a steak or any other kind of a beef that has the fat, and then you take the fat and you slowly simmer it out. And after a few hours, the fat will have cooked down, and all of the grease will have rendered out. And then you put it in a jar, and then once it solidifies back up, it kind of looks like candle wax. But it has all of the flavor of the beef, of the marrow, and all of that good stuff from in there. So it is very good flavoring for whatever you need to flavor. Like if you wanted to just do it with your breakfast omelet or eggs, you can do that. But for this, I'm adding an extra layer of the flavor, and then also a tablespoon of the butter. So we have a few different fats going on here, which will just add to the umami. That's the levels of flavor. And it will be beautiful. So now, as the butter and the beef tallow and the ground beef grease are going in, we will add our onion.
Oh, more onion. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And then we will also add, as soon as we get about to reef it, in a little bit. But before we do that, we need some green pepper.
Ooh,
Yes.
yes, Lord.
They're
Lord.
all active.
Yes, Lord.
And so we have all of this flavor now going into these vegetables. And as you can see, this is very easy, very simple, but it is a lot of flavor coming together. Yes, you had a question.
Is that no, not me.
Or whoever, I just heard someone speak.
I thought it was Nomad. I'm good. I'm all in for whatever you got going on here, because this just screams me. Green peppers, onions. Yep. Sign me up.
And then right now, we will let just that soften for a few minutes. And then while this is softening, please go ahead, Nomad, and go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that looks like a beginnings of a good pot of spaghetti.
This base of vegetables and oils is used in a lot of different dishes, but for this recipe, it is not the spaghetti. But now we also see that our peas are coming together nicely and warming up. And now this may be a little bit of a spoiler alert, but we have to check on these right here. And these are quite warm, but we have to flip them over. These are our sweet potato fries.
Damn.
Oh, it is going down the road, I thought.
Flip those over there, and we want them to keep a nice little layer to get crunchy, but not too. I have to put that down, as I cannot do that and hold it with one hand.
Yes, can I ask you a question about those sweet potato fries?
Yes.
Now, did you cut those by hand or did you buy those?
These are bought.
Okay.
But they are easily done if you have the sweet potatoes. Like if you have a garden or if you purchase them, they just cut them into the fries, like so. And then they have already been in the oven for about 15 minutes. Now I will put them back in there, and then I will reset the timer and start that. So, but yes, you can use regular white fries. I'm sorry, excuse me, the white potatoes, if that's what you have, as well. And so, smelling delicioso, and it beautiful. So now that these are beginning to soften just a wee bit, we will go with the garlic. And then we will scoop this up over here. Woohoo! There we go.
We got a comment from the Scrolls. Shout out to Scrolls for just busting up in here. He says, I had this dish in the French Riviera back in 1998. I think it's called Soup de la Trips. Soup la Trips.
That may be familiar to you, the Red Baron, but this is not that. Guess again.
You ain't never getting away from that Red Baron.
Like a very specific poutine. That's my guess.
Yeah, you're going down. You're going
I
down.
would say like almost like a, I don't know, like a hamburger poutine.
Well, now that the Canadian has solved the Sherlock Holmes mystery, this is a ground beef and vegetable poutine with the cheese of curd and the sweet potato fries.
Wait,
so
there it is.
So right there, as these are going and those are simmering, the curds we are using are of this varieties.
All right.
Now you may get these naturally where you are at the Canucks, but this is what we have access to here.
Very fair. So
I just want to give a King a quick shout out.
King Booker just jumped in.
Yeah. King.
So where I'm at is like the home of the cheese curd, man. I don't even know what else to call it. So, like, one of the largest manufacturers of cheese curds in North America is about 20 minutes away from my house. At some point, about 10 years ago, the factory, like half the factory exploded, and you know, poutine fans all over Canada were like in peril. It was like it was a crazy thing, man. You know, the price of cheese curd skyrocketed. It's kind of a funny story, but at end of the day, said shout out to St. Albert's curds, man. They make the OG curds, and that's what it's all about. A lot of like real poutine aficionados are like so specific about the cheese. You can there's one famous spot again about an hour from me, and they use the same St. Albert's cheese, but they grate it and they put it in the poutine. And some people are like, "No, man, that ain't a poutine to me. It has to be the curds. Like it's just the same damn cheese." But anyways, you know, shout out to the folks at St. Albert's. Shout out to the good chef for giving us a look at poutine. This is a bit of a different look, but there are a million different looks of poutine. So I ain't mad at you, man. You're doing your own thing, and I love it. It's gonna be delicious too.
Well, when he's kind of rounding this dish off, I do want to ask. Well, I can ask you while he's putting this together, I guess.
Yeah.
So you know, your poutine is your regular fries, gravy, and cheese curds, right?
Yeah.
What do people add to that? Like, do they add jalapenos and other shit like that to kind of enhance the dish? What do they put on the add to it? I know people put their own spin on it, right?
This is what's happening. So like at some point, I guarantee you, I'm really surprised this hasn't popped up in the United States of America thus far. But at some point, you guys are gonna have poutine shacks or poutine franchises because they're here, and it's crazy. And when I say it's crazy, my homeboy who owns a Jamaican restaurant downtown, one of the few that isn't directly related to my family, he started making a jerk chicken poutine, and then he made an oxtail poutine. And the world stopped. You know what I mean? Everybody's like, that's all I can tell you. Everyone's like, oh, snap, because you get that like that jerk chicken gravy instead of just regular beef gravy. You get that oxtail gravy instead of that regular, again, beef gravy. And he puts a little bit of a spin on it. There's meat in there too. So you're eating your oxtail. You got fries as the base, gravy and cheese, and it's delicious. Like the first time I had it, I came through and he's like, I looked at the menu. I was like, "You do an oxtail poutine, bro?" He's like, "Yeah, man, I do an oxtail poutine. You gotta hook me up with one of those." So he gave me one on the house. I crushed it, and I was talking about it ever since. And then what happened is right next door, a dude opened up a restaurant where they sell all they sell is different kinds of poutine. They stole his recipe. He was mad. He sued this guy, but they took those two things off their menu. But the store next door sells a bacon double cheeseburger poutine. They sell a maple bacon poutine, which is like they put maple syrup in there and bacon. Like you name, like you said jalapenos. They do like a like a con carne poutine with jalapenos and queso on top. They take the cheese curds out and switch it for queso. A little bit of salsa in there as well. Like you come up with any kind of general food idea, man. You like they do it. It's wild.
You know what's hot here in this community is anything nacho cheese, fries, or anything nacho cheese, chili cheese, anything like that. Like so there's places around here in neighborhoods like mine, they'll bust open a bag of Doritos and chili cheese those things with all kinds of little toppings on it. Just bust the bag open, literally, put the chili and cheese and all that shit that they want in it, and fix it how you want it. a bag of Doritos. So imagine you liking Cool Ranch Doritos with some chili cheese with all kinds of toppings on it.
Look, I'm trying to live. Is all I can really say about that. I'm trying to live, bro. Up for me an early grave. The amount of Cool Ranch Doritos I've eaten over the years, I just couldn't take it with when I first heard hamburger poon. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, poutine, bro. No problem, man. No problem. That's a whole other thing, King Booker.
Man.
Oh snap! No, I love that as an idea, Nomad. I love that as an idea, but honestly, that would probably,
you know what? If y'all don't have
well, those are what Nomad referring to. Some people call them walking tacos because you have the Doritos in the bag. Then you can put either ground beef or maybe shredded pork or pulled pork or barbecue beef or whatever the meat is. Put that in there, and then the nacho cheese over the top, and then a few peppers, and now you can walk around and have your meal.
Did I say pulled pork poutine? If I didn't, I should have. It's there, but there's full chains all over the place that do like 10 to 15 different styles of poutine, and you just go in there and go wild, man.
Okay. Now what I did, sorry to cut you off, I put in some flour, some whole wheat flour, because no white devils in this kitchen. Mm-hmm. And we let the flour cook, and I also added the mushrooms while you were talking to add another layer of flavor and vegetable. But now that the flour has cooked up, we will add some beef broth.
There you go. There you go.
And then we will put that in there. That is 1 cup, but we want to do 2. So we will put this in there, and then we will bring this to a simmer and let it thicken up.
That's going to
so now we put that in there.
Yeah, you let that thicken, and that's going to be delicious.
And then now, let me put that top back onto there, and then put this away out of the way. Thank you very much. And then now we also make sure that we get the scrapes on the bottom of the skillet to get all of those little bits that will be on there.
Ron Winarski says, bear down, bro.
Yes, Ron.
Bear down.
Ron.
Bear down, everybody. Bear down. It is very impressive what the Big Ben Big Johnsons is doing with this young team. And I also, it's not a spoiler alert, as the video of the Sports Chicago Style post game went live earlier, but one of my shout outs was also our shout outs was to Ryan Poles because of how the rookies looked on this past Sunday. Every one of them that played made a good contribution to the victory, and they are getting more and more reps as the weeks go along.
That's a good observation, Chef, because everybody hurt. So next man up, they found new life in them rookies, and they came to play this weekend. I'm real proud. I gotta say, like, he's not. I don't know where they found DeMarco Jackson, but DeMarco Jackson was a UDFA, and he was down in New Orleans with the Dennis Allen. So the Dennis Allen was familiar with him, and so he went up to Ryan Poles' office and said, "Hey, we need the DeMarco Jackson." And as it turned out, he was on the practice squad, getting familiar with the defense. And then now that all of the three starting linebackers were hurt for the Bears, you saw the DeMarco Jackson come in and look not too out of place at all on the professional field. No, he's been doing it for a couple of weeks now, but this week, the first half of this game, he was a little bit hurting, but second 2 quarters, man, he was lights out.
Hang tight. We got all kind of Bears conversation coming for you guys in a few when he's done.
Well, gotta keep the gotta let the chef do his thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Chef don't get the opportunity to do the Bears thing very frequently.
It is nice to be able to talk a little bit of the sports and with the Bears with you, and not just be your kitchen biatch. So it is nice.
Hey, what's that little thing you got underneath there?
What you talking about?
Be a little bit more specific.
Oh, the paper. Like what you got? What are you
Oh,
cooking? The fries on?
this is a silicone mat.
Okay.
And I use this because you never have to do dishes again, and it doesn't stick to the mat, but you will have to let it cook a little bit longer to get crunchy, but it will. But I took them out now. As you can see, they are starting to get done. But this is the time, as this is starting to simmer in the gravy, we will put our curds of cheese on these fries.
You have a air fryer, chef?
I do not.
Oh.
I don't know what happens. What's happening to Minister Charles here, man? But he can't. Sometimes he can and can't comment. Try just refreshing the whole show, Minister Charles. Try refreshing the browser. See if that helps.
And we'll spread these out a little bit over the fries.
All right.
And we'll do a nice space under there.
Are those?
And then we will put.
Are those?
No, these are frozen.
Okay.
And now we put those in there. And we will reset our timer over here. Whew. It is warm in the kitchen, the way it is supposed to be, and it is beautiful.
Yeah.
And we will put these in for the 2 minutes at the time, right here. Oh. Go ahead, you can talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I just did that, and it's still not coming out. I don't know what it is, Minister. I couldn't even tell you, Charles. So a question that I have for you guys is, so like when you go to the grocery store and you get a bag of fries, you get frozen fries. Who are the manufacturers? Do you know who the manufacturers of your frozen fries are in the USA? And like I'm specifically asking about Cavendish. Do you guys have Cavendish out there?
Never heard of it.
No?
I'm not familiar with Cavendish. No, we have the Ore-Ida.
Ore-Ida, okay.
And then we have the chain restaurants. They have curly fries or the seasoned fries like Rallies or A&W's or there's another one, Checkers. And they all sell the frozen fries as well. Aside from the generics.
Let me check and see if Ore-Ida is really Cavendish, because Cavendish is like a thing. Reason I'm asking, like, man, brother, I found some bombs. So I've been eating, just to stay on the healthy side, man. I haven't had poutine in months, but just to stay on the healthy side, I've been eating them sweet potato fries you got, and Cavendish makes like restaurant quality frozen sweet potato fries you can get at the store. I throw them things I throw them things right into the air fryer and they come out perfect, crispy. Oh man, it's to the level that I basically stopped buying sweet potato fries at the restaurant because it's almost useless. I just make myself like a little chipotle dip or sriracha mayo, something like that. Boom, goes so good with them sweet potato fries. I like them crispy, man.
That is very true. As the French fries and potato chips are staples, it seems, of every culture's diets, whether it be healthy or not. But it is good because the sweet potato fries are not as starchy as the white potatoes, and not as I would say not as bad for you. So they are a little bit healthier. And so now, as you can see, the gravy is starting to thicken a little bit more. And then as I said before or mentioned, that the longer you cook the onions, the more translucent they will be. It's the same kind of with mushrooms. These are the mushrooms I put in earlier with the other vegetables and the flowers, and these mushrooms I just put in. So they have different layers of cookingness throughout. because I enjoy mushrooms, but I want them to have the flavor, but I still want to have a little body to them.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you put mushrooms in anything, man. It should make it taste a little better.
Indeed.
Somebody's at the door, chef.
Oh, we are closed for business right now because a MFer in the kitchen is on. So they have to reschedule at another time because it is Wednesday night, and everybody should know that some extra sauce is on the Nomad Network, on at Kids the Canucks, and at Sports Chicago Style.
Yeah, don't be
And
ringing
right,
my doorbell. You know what I'm saying? Don't be ringing my doorbell. I'm doing a damn podcast. So Orida, I did not know this, is owned by the Heinz Company, which is a Canadian company, Kraft Heinz. And for the most part, processed right here in Ontario, Canada, where I'm sitting. I
nice.
wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure, but had a feeling that they were somewhere over here. But they don't sell Orida fries in Canada anymore. They used to way back in the day, but they don't. Go figure.
Now, right now, I would like to give a shout out to Coach Tripping and Trip, who are still putting together their self-defense exercise channel, and we are going ambidextrous both ways with our stirs. So when you are doing mundane activities, you can practice your body movements. So right now, we're using our right hand, and we are going clockwise. So that is the wax off, because we're going away from our body. And then we will go from 12 to 3, down to 6, over to 9, back up to 12. And then quickly, I will show you wax on. Now we are going counterclockwise with our right hand. And we move it all around, and we're going very gentle, because you see I'm not holding on to the skillet, but I should be holding on to the skillet anyway, safety first. And then we switch hands. We can turn the skillet around. And now this is the off hand. Now we go wax off there. Now we go around.
Super No Maniac Grant LeCompte. Big shout out, man. I'm just
He says it looks good, chef.
Yeah, man.
And then we go wax on. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're doing
this is very appreciated.
You're doing the whole Karate Kid thing.
He told me what his name is. I just forgot who he said he is, but it's gonna make me mad because he's gonna tell me again, and I forgot it.
Yeah, tell me too, Grant, because like I didn't expect to see LeCompte up there. LeCompte is my wife's family last name. I'm actually related very heavily to LeCompte's. Strangely.
Oui.
Out of the woodwork.
And so now that you see that we got the nice simmer going, we will let that go for a few minutes.
Or in the U.S., do you pronounce it LeCompte?
And we will throw this over here, so there is less of a mess of a splatter. But as you can see, the steam is rising off, and you can see the bubbles. As it thickens up, I take a peek. Ooh, and the curds are thawing out nicely, and the fries are getting harder. Now everything is in the skillet, and the peas are back here. The peas are ready. So this is a kind of, I guess, jazzed up version of the poutines. If you did not want to use all the vegetables, you could save time and effort, but you won't have the same flavors.
Very true. $1,000,000,000%.
I know it's beefy tasting. I can just smell that.
Oh, but that's what you want, though. You want like original, true beef flavor gravy. Like that's really, and that's like, I'm not a mushroom guy. Like as soon as the mushrooms went in there, I was like, oh, now you went too far. But the mushrooms will give it exact. Hey D, what's up? Mushrooms will give it exactly that beefy flavor as well, man. So again, I ain't mad at you. You're doing it the right way, man. You're doing it the right way. So it is much more of a gourmet spin on what I would call a traditional poutine.
You know,
or as they describe mushrooms, as the flavor as earthy.
yeah, that's growing up, and I was a little younger, man. I'd take mushrooms off anything.
I'm still like that. I'm not a fan, like unless like. Anyways, I'll leave that alone.
It's a texture that messes with you. I guarantee.
Yeah, eat them with some popcorn.
What?
You won't even notice.
That is supposed to be a joke, I assume.
It is actually a hilarious joke for those of you in the chat who know what I'm talking about. Anyways, yeah, they have a very similar texture, mushrooms and popcorn.
I always just like the bite and the flavor of the mushrooms. And so now, not to let anything go to waste, we will come back over here, and then we will top it off with the rest of this grease. This is from earlier, our ground beef and the onions.
I think Minister Charles is over this meal already. You still think about catfish and spaghetti.
He said, "What's for dinner tomorrow?"
And a good way to test the thickness of your omelets, or in this case your gravy, you let it simmer, and then you pull the utensil, or the spoon in this case, across the bottom of the skillet, and you get the thickness as you want, as the wake of the gravy is not as watery. So you will be able to see the darkness, the blackness of the skillet through the gravy, and that is a good sign that it is thick enough.
Yeah, you did a good job of getting that thing nice and thick. Chef, since you brought up omelets, I got a question for you on your omelets. Do you put everything in like a bowl, stir it up, and then fry it, or do you sort of add ingredients as you go?
I usually put all of the fillings, the fixings of the omelet into the skillet, and like the onions or the vegetables or the meats or the hot dogs or whatever it is, and cook them a little bit, and then in a separate bowl, take the 3 eggs and then whip those up, and then pour them over
top of your stuff. Okay.
Yes. Okay. And then do that same method of, like, you can tilt the skillet and then pull up and let the runniness down, and you're keeping up the cook part to keep them nice and soft.
So you don't really do a closed omelet.
The kind that's a different kind, where you have the omelet laid out, and then you put the fillings on the inside, and then you fold the omelet over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is an omelet, but they're different kinds.
I do mine a little bit different too, and that's like just because you brought it up, I put everything in the bowl, cook it all down, and then flip and do a folded omelet. It's
I do mine.
Mine gets nice and thick. My omelets are second to none, like killer.
Well, there's another way to do it. Is you put your egg down in there, and you get your egg to the right density you want it, depending on how you like your eggs. You might like them thin, you know what I mean? You might like them a little fluffier. You cook them and then you put your fillings on one side, and then you fold it.
Now we are checking on our curds of cheese and our sweet potato fries. They are coming along nicely.
I think your curds need to be a bit more
done.
They're done?
No, not done yet. I say that's why they are coming along nicely.
Yeah.
But they are not done yet.
Okay. Hey, Grant, yeah, so I pronounced it the right way the first time. So it's LeComte, just like I thought. So that is, yeah, that's it. French Canadian French, nonetheless. No, trust me.
We
scrolls. Yes, it's real simple. You went. The chef did it again. You know what I mean? He went full go with this thing, and I guarantee you it's going to be delicious. But Trust me.
That's right. He was G-Man. My bad, dog.
Oh, G-Man. Okay.
My bad, dog. My sincere apologies, man.
G-Man. Okay. Okay, Grant. I just didn't expect there to be Lecomptes in like the Illinois area. I guess that's just me. We have so many over here. But go figure. Crazy.
Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know. Just because it's to me it's a French name, and the how high the French population is where I'm at makes sense. I don't know how many French folks you got
A lot.
in Illinois.
A lot.
A lot. Okay, that's news to me.
French, Polish, German.
Well, Polish. I know you have actually per capita the largest Polish community outside of Warsaw, Poland. I'm not sure if you knew that, but it's an actual fact, which is crazy.
Well, yes, that's because back in the day when the president or the leader of Poland, Lech Walesa, visited the United States of America, he came to Chicago because of the amount of people from Poland that lived there. So the Polish community is very, very large in Chicago, but it is also a melting pot of everybody else.
Absolutely.
This place, you can trust me. You can find your community here, no matter who you are.
Wow. Yeah, no, I knew about the Polish situation. I wouldn't have guessed French at all. Like the other place that's heavy for French is obviously Louisiana and New Orleans. Aurora.
Oh.
Yeah. My boy G-Man is from Aurora, man. Them some hoopers out there in Aurora. I play a lot of good basketball out there, G. And they play some good basketball here too. We traveled back and forth back in the day.
Oh.
And now, as you can see, how it is thickening up. As when I move the spoon through, that the wake is a little bit longer. And so it will still need to more simmer. But every time through, you want to make sure you get a good scrape around the sides and around the bottom to get it all mixed in.
Gee, where you at now? Where you live at now? Scroll says Polish women are known for being great at a certain thing.
Yes, they are, Scrolls. Yes, they are. Made a couple of my come across a couple of them in my day.
It is not to say that they are all the same, but I have met some Polish ladies myself, and they were somewhat adverse to the deodorant.
Oh,
I don't know if that's a cultural thing or they were just nasty.
I think those ones were just nasty. Mine just weren't extremely. Now I'm gonna be a little bit. I guess you were a little bit crass. I'm gonna be a little bit crass. They just weren't. I wouldn't. How do I say this as nicely as I can? Well, I wouldn't confuse them for being rocket scientists.
Well, no. Let me stop you there. Well, let's stick with the deodorant part, man, because something I learned about women, Polish women, something about the genetics, man. They have to usually find the right kind of deodorant. I'm just something, everybody's DNA is made a different kind of way. Like
you're talking pH balance now.
Yeah, shit like that. It's just you have to find the right product for your chemistry, bro. And I found that to be the truth about few Polish women I met.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now you can see more and more of the skillet in the wake. The thickness of the gravy is your preference, but we want it a little more where it's not so runny. So you let it slowly simmer. You do not turn up the heat because you cannot speed up the process. The process is the process, but you want to make sure that where the heat is burning, that it is still being mixed up evenly. And as you can see, the Nomad, that you can barely see the onion. But if you were to dice that up a little bit smaller, you would not be able to see it at all. And the peppers are fading as well, but since they are green, they stand out.
Very good, man.
Are you going to strain this, or are you going to just take it as it is? I assume you're going to take it as it
You
is.
can't strain it. It's gravy.
Yeah, once we let it thicken up, we just it's gravy. So there is no straining. That's why we want to get it a little bit thicker because there will be nothing to strain.
Okay. All right.
Well, Chef, I think you probably put a little too much broth in there. You want us to come back to you when you're ready to bring it together?
You can.
It's up to you.
I mean, it's just going to be simmering. So, I mean, the simmering is in there, and the cheese curd should be done in about less than 10 minutes. So, come back in about 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and we'll be ready to plate.
All right, let's do that. Let's let you bring the whole dish together. We'll come back to you in a minute. We'll be right back with.
But just leave the picture on one of the cameras.
One of the panels? Cool.
We can do that.
We got you. Right on.
There we go. All right, that's definitely coming together, man. It's just the smell of gravy, cooked gravy, kids. It's such a turn on for me. You know, it's like in my house, because I'm on a keto diet and my girlfriend adheres to it when she wants to, but it's just one of them things. Like we don't do that a lot around here. It's just one of those situations. Every now and again, I put a roast in the oven, and my girlfriend's got to have that gravy over the mashed potatoes, and that's the cheat day for me. The mashed potatoes and the gravy.
Yeah. I'm back on that right now, man. So R.I.P. the potato. Rest in peace. Can't touch it. Can't stay away from them corn chips as well, man. No more rice. No more bread. It's a bad, sad existence for the next little while for this guy. But such is life. We're finding new things to enjoy, like yogurt. Damn it. So not, it's, you know what I mean? It's just nowhere near as fun as mashed potatoes. I'll trade mashed potatoes for yogurt any day. But
so let me tell the chef what kind of comments you got in there. Give me a thumbs up. I know you can hear me, chef, but you get in the comments saying that, hey, sprinkle a little mashed potatoes in there, it'll thicken it up. Also, he scrolls, and that's from Crimson. Lord Crimson put that in there. And Scroll says, there you go. He was looking for some of that black pepper to get put in there.
Yeah, man. I probably should have said something about that, but he caught it. He got it in there. It's kind of an important add-on into that gravy, man. That's exactly what was probably missing. Just a little bit of that. Just a little bit of that would take care of business.
Yeah, it's definitely coming together now.
Yeah, that's going to be flavor. Uh-oh.
You hear me?
We can now, yeah.
Okay. Well, the adding of the mashed potatoes, like of the instant variety, is very true. But I do not have any of those, and as you can see now, the thickness is happening naturally because of the flour. And as the more liquid comes out, you see that we wouldn't need it because you see how it is thickening up.
It's nice and thick. It's nice and pretty thick now. At least
all you had to do is let that shit rest a little bit.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It's very true. Let's see. That is a good thickness right there.
Yeah.
As you can see, the skillet is there, and so that is still a little juicy that will thicken as it stands. But it is also a little juicy for the sweet potato fries to absorb. So we will take that off, and we will turn the heat off, and then we will just let that simmer over the heat that is there.
There you go. Come back.
While we get,
it'll get consistent.
Well, actually, we are plating it now, so we can stay here.
All right.
Because now we have a nice sizzle on the curds and the sweet potato fries, so we can take those out.
I gotta try those.
Try what?
Cheese curd.
And so, hold on. Let me get a little more work room here. So I will take this out of the way. And I will put this over here, and we will grab our plate. Are there any other questions and or comments from the Nomaniacs and or the Super Nomaniacs?
You're just getting a lot of support in there.
That is much appreciated. And I do hope that you try this in your home, as you can see that it is not very difficult to make, but sometimes the hardest part is the curds of cheese and finding those in your local area.
It's not like okay, I can dig it. Probably very hard to find in your grocery store.
No, I wouldn't even say that. I'm just not one of them people that went ever looking for them.
Nobody, like, I wouldn't see anybody in the U.S. really like. What are you gonna do with a cheese curd?
People buy mozzarella sticks. That's
different. Like, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I don't know.
And so the cheese, the curds, they are different, but pretty much the same thing. There's tomatoes. So right here, to present our plate, we will switch out the hot iron. Set that out of the way over there. And bring in the cool iron, but we will keep that over there. And then we will bring over another silicone mat to make a base there. Now we've already put our curds and our fries there. And so now we come back with the beef. I'm going to put that right over the top. Flatten that out a little bit. And boom, boom, boom. And then how about another one over there? And then guess what? Need some over there too. And so we are generous with the meat. And so now that we get that there, we come back to our star of the show, or at least one of the stars, and that would be the gravy. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm looking for right there. Over here. So now we come back over to our gravy. And then we will scoop some of this beautiful gravy onto the top of the meat, of the fries, and of the cheese curds.
It came together nicely. All you had to do is leave it there for a second.
So Missy Nova's in the chat. That's the missus, man. She's straight up as Canadian as it gets. She's the Lecomte I was talking about there, Grant. I guarantee you she's trying to figure out if this has got to be the most American poutine of all time.
This is the gravy. As you can see, the thickness get nice and thick.
Oh, that look good though.
What's up, Miss Nova, aka Miss Kids? Glad to meet you.
And so now we see we have everything in there. So let's take a taste. There is a cheese curd right there, but I want it all together. So I need to. Ooh, there it is. Let's see what we get working with.
Yeah, he's taking a nap. Hey, kids, he's taking a nap on this show.
Oh, he's going to sleep at he'll be sleeping early. Guaranteed.
That's his poutine, Miss.
We should put this is poutine.
I should say add some cornbread. No,
this is very good.
Oh,
because there are so many flavors that come together.
You gonna put that on there?
You might as well. You put it on the side. You might as well just put it right in there, man.
Well, I put it to the side. And so we can scoop it out from there.
Miss Nova's mind is blown.
I hope that is blown in a good way.
I hope so too.
Because the American way is we do not get to be fat asses by accident.
Oh man, that's too funny. So
don't eat all that, man. I'm just gonna tell you that.
So right? This is the way that you can make the Canadian dish of the poutines with a little bit of the American flavor and more flavors and more filling and more of a meal instead of just a snack.
Hey, little pro hack for you. Just eat like a quarter of that and throw that shit in the microwave. Don't eat all that.
Whatever
Mhm.
you do not put it in. Do not try to eat this as a leftover thing. You have to eat it now. So eat what you're gonna.
Oh.
I'm just letting you know this. The one thing that the one thing about poutine is you cannot reheat this and eat this later on. It will taste like absolute garbage. Mind you, with the advent of the yeah, she would eat it, but she wouldn't call it poutine. I
Yeah,
would almost agree with
this is something else.
you. Yeah. This is so with the advent of the air fryer, you can put poutine in the air fryer and bring it back to life. But under normal pretenses, poutine is a one-shot deal.
Now you can pull this off. Now you can pull this off. You just gotta cup this thing in a little thing, aluminum foil, put it in your air fryer, and you can revive this.
Only in an air fryer could you revive this. How are those curds? How did the curds come out?
These are very tasty. As
Yeah.
you can see, they are filled with the cheese of cheddar and the crunchy outside. But the crunchy outside is a little bit muted because of the absorption of the gravy.
Yeah, I think
And
that's a
then
good.
so we have a little poutine. We have a little of the ground beef mixture, and we have a couple of sweet potato fries. And I wish that all of the no maniacs and all the super no maniacs could enjoy this right now, but you have to wait until you make it in your own kitchen. Are there any other questions and or comments before I get out of here?
I have a comment. This looks like a shepherd's pie got on crack.
Mm.
Or meth.
But if we really want to get it onto the crack, if you will, we will add a few sport peppers.
Oh, now you going crazy.
Now you going wow. But this ain't.
But then also, because of all of the different flavors, not only will we do the sport peppers, we will also do a couple of the banana peppers.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Some banana peppers would work just fine.
Oh, this is.
But then for those of you who also have the hankering, there is also the hot jardinara.
Damn.
This in turn went from poutine to just pookie.
Yeah, he's so we're taking bets tonight on at what point Trip will the itis will catch up to Trip. Let us know what time you think.
G man, you just.
Well, I would hope that the triple R would be able to stay awake, as he is not doing all of this cooking and over this hot stove. So he should be fine. Now, if I was on there, that would be a different story.
There you go.
Don't eat all this, man. Don't eat all this.
But it is so hard to stop, as I have not eaten all day.
Do not eat all this.
How's the flavor with the banana peppers and the sport peppers?
It just enhances the flavor.
I bet you it kicks.
Acid. It brings some.
It gives it that extra kick, which is one of the reasons I did not tell you earlier why I did not put any of the red pepper flakes into the meat, because
cayenne pepper. Okay.
I wanted to add these separate peppers and a separate taste.
Okay, I get it.
So when you did mention the red pepper flakes, I understood what you were saying, but I had another plan that I kept you in suspense for.
You know what? You put those banana peppers on there and just reminded me that I didn't grow banana peppers this year. Now, we usually can those. And that's part of another segment we're going to have a little bit later on when Triple R gets on here.
Well, let me make way. We can. Hello. Let's go to my face cam, because I need my up close and personal as well. So I hope that you do try this homemade poutines. It may be the American style, and remember, you can use whatever kind of meats over the top, and it can be like loaded French fries per se with gravy. But the gravy is what sets it off. So you decorate or flavor your gravy how you will, and it will be beautiful. But also make sure to try the sweet potato fries if you have not, and especially if you are trying to live a little bit better and a little bit healthier. So once again, I thank you very much for joining me live here in the kitchen at, at Shea Trips for a MFer in the kitchen, because guess what? I am Chef Trips and I am that MFer. Be sure to subscribe to the channel that we are building at at Chef Trips, and the name of the channel is Shea Trips Kitchen with Chef Trips. That's here and that's me. And then also show a little love to Coach Tripping and Trip with their channel at Trip Kundo, TRIPPKUNEDO, for the exercise and self-defense stuff. And then you can always find our pregame and postgame for the Bears for the show with all four of us at Sports Chicago Style. So that is the hub at Sports Chicago Style, or the little at triple RSCS. We thank you very much for visiting, and we look forward to seeing you the next time, which is the last Wednesday of the month. So it will probably be the last Wednesday of the year. 2025 is gone by already, and we thank you all for all of your support on the Nomad Network, on at Kes de Canucks, and at Sports Chicago Style, at Trip Kundo, and at Chef Trips. Once again, if there are no more questions and or comments, I will get out of your hair.
Real quick, you do have a question from G-Man. He says, ask Trips if he reheated the hamburger and onions before adding them.
They were in the toaster oven over here, and then so they were kind of already heated up. But the important thing about the poutines is that the gravy is served hot over everything, because it tops everything off.
All right, man. So high five from a distance, man. Good stuff. Ain't nothing on that plate that I wouldn't eat. Just don't try to eat it all tonight in one meal, man. Just eat like a quarter of it and put it away. That's my advice.
All right. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you to all the Nomaniacs and all of the Super Nomaniacs. And I look forward to seeing you.
Wait, did you pause? Oh, I thought you.
Yeah, something went off of the camera because I was going to say night and bye bye.
Where did this come
from? But go ahead with the picture that you had.
No. Do your thing. I was just going to say.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you next time here in the kitchen for being that AMFer. So until then, bye.
Peace out, love, brother.
Peace out, Chef.
Happy
Love
Thanksgiving,
you,
man.
And off he goes. There's our guy, the chef. There's our. We're going to pull that down. I'm going to share.
Big time.
This. I share that just to give you guys a look at what
What was that?
It was just this is what a traditional poutine looks like. It's real simple. Fries, curds, and gravy. Just like your mama would cook, mashed potatoes and gravy. Switch out the potatoes for fried potatoes. Trip did the whole thing, and I love it. It'll be a different flex for everybody to enjoy, and I think you guys can, get a kick and a decent meal out of it down the road. But yeah, that's our chef, man, doing the darn thing, man. I'm impressed.
That was
yes, yeah, she's white. G-man, yeah.
But he Scroll says, I need to know how to brine this turkey, Trips. What would be I'll tell you one thing, Scrolls. Let me help you out with that. If you're gonna brine, do it in a chicken broth and some sliced up oranges. You do some corn, peppercorns and put them in there for that little added. You need a little zing to it. I wouldn't, depending on who you're serving it to, I wouldn't put no red pepper flakes. But if people like it spicy around you, do a few red pepper flakes. But chicken broth, peppercorn, and some orange slices. That'll bring that SOB together. I promise you. 24 hours.
That sounds good. I'll throw some vinegar in there too, just because I love vinegar.
You better not put too much in there because it's gonna make
like when I say vinegar, like I would sneak some. If you have banana peppers in there, I'd sneak some banana pepper juice in there. Give it some nice kick. Trust me.
The thing about that kind of flavor, if you want to put it in an overnight brine, that's gonna be more powerful than everything you do. So if he's putting oranges in there, you're not really gonna taste the orange because the first thing you're gonna taste is the sour. Depending on
it's gonna enhance the sour from the orange, though.
The orange ain't got a strong taste to it. It just adds a little bit of you know the orange is there, but you just don't know what it is when you eat it.
So you're doing curry French fries, Patrick. Okay, it's very similar. Like I was saying before, oxtail and jerk poutine. There's also curry chicken poutine. You'll find out here. It's crazy wild. The flavors in Canada are different. It's just different stuff because the melting pot is a little bit different. You have that very stark French cuisine, and then you mix that up with Caribbean, and then you mix it up with a little bit of Asian. It's wild over here, man. You guys would be very, throw some barbecue on that MF too. You know what I mean? Like it's a different flavor profiles over here that you guys would be very surprised about. And for that reason, yes, we pack on the pounds here in Ontario. Just saying.
Man, one time one of my uncles got a duck for Thanksgiving. He didn't have everybody over his house. He just had his immediate family. And we was kids. We used to go crash everybody's house. So we jump in the car, ride down wherever, and go hit this uncle's house, this aunt's house, and just be eating everywhere. And we roll up on my uncle's crib, man. This dude had ate pretty much the whole bird. He dunked that thing in some now a duck is extremely greasy. I don't know if you ever had one. Extremely greasy. Somehow, man.
I had duck recently, actually, and yeah, it's fatty, greasy, and it's good, delicious. But yeah, fatty and greasy.
Yeah, he did something to it with orange juice, but then he put oranges on the duck as he was basting it. So he had orange slices on the duck, and something to do with orange juice and that marinade that he was using overnight. He whipped it up together with something, man. Out to this day, he ain't telling nobody how he did it. But I'm telling you, all I got was a little bitty piece of it. But that might have been one of the best tasting pieces of meat I've ever had, man, because there's something about orange and poultry when it comes to basting. So just might want to remember that when next time you're doing a bird of any kind, orange. It's unique, especially on a greasy duck like that.
Minister Charles, I can't even mention you in the chat, which is super weird. I don't know what's going on. We don't have, like, if we banned you, I wouldn't be able to see your comments in the back. Like, we wouldn't be able to put you up like that. You know what I mean? So, like, if it was us, we couldn't put you up.
There's no human involvement. There's just something going on. I don't know what that is, Mr. Charlie. Nobody doing nothing.
Yeah, it's not like I'm saying. If it was if we banned you, we wouldn't. Your comments would disappear from my back end feed here too. I wouldn't see your stuff. But I can't even mention you in the regular chat by myself. So I don't know. I have no idea what's stopping, what's preventing your stuff from posting.
Humans around here that's gonna do that.
Yeah, maybe a YouTube update and restart the app. I don't have any, I don't have any other ideas around that. But like I say, anytime, like when we banned Chris Foster, for instance, I can't. His comments, all of them, immediately disappear from my back end console. I can't see nothing when we ban somebody. They disappear. They're gone. In this case, I can see your comments back here, but I can't see them on YouTube, which is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I've never seen that before. Wild.
Well, Mr. Charles, I don't know, but
brother, that is like there. Yeah, man. Or like. Nice, yeah, nicely played, Scrolls. Nicely played. Like that would be a nice spin, a Chicago spin.
That would.
It'd be a nice Chicago spin on a poutine. You could also maybe do something with like a Chicago dog poutine, and chop up some, chop up a brat, put on the regular toppings for a hot dog, for a Chicago dog that you would put on, throw that on top minus the mustard. I wouldn't put mustard on. Although like you could still, like you still could. But yeah, no, that is a great idea. Italian beef, gravy, giardiniera. That would work out good.
I bet you all my money somebody's tried that.
I wouldn't bet. I wouldn't bet it. It's just not something. It would blow like. Word on the streets, it would blow up. If one of the Italian beef shops, you know what I mean, out where you guys are, that are really selling sandwiches en masse, if they put together a poutine and just made a day of it and handed out like a small poutine alongside their sandwich.
Uh-oh. Kid froze up a little bit.
Sandwiches.
You back?
Boom, back.
All right.
Yeah, I'm telling you, people go crazy for it. You just have to promote it.
Hold on.
Same thing like Wiener Circle. They decided to make a Wiener Circle poutine.
All right.
Give that away when the Bears win against Philadelphia Eagles. That'll be the bomb.
Well, before Triple R gets here, we might as well talk about a little bit of food, right?
All right.
And he gets here. Give me a second.
What do we got?
Give me 1 second. Now, when it comes to
up your sleeve, okay.
When it comes to the holidays, now everything we did food wise today is for the holidays, man. My family, I don't know if they do this in Canada, but this is a staple of at least our community. I don't know very many places that I can go to where there's a black community and people don't do green beans and potatoes. You either do, well, you can just read off what you see on here, kid.
I'm gonna. So ingredients, green beans and potatoes, ingredients. Green beans, onion, bell pepper, red pepper, turkey or pork, salt, pepper, butter, garlic, and potatoes. There you have it.
And have you ever had this?
Nope. Can't say that I have.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
I can literally eat an entire pot of this. If my girlfriend was here, I'd let her get in here live and tell you. He will try to eat all this, man. Like, this is one of the things that's on the table at all of my Thanksgiving, memories. I can eat all of this, dude. Because when this is done right, matter of fact, I got good at it, kids, as a matter of fact. And we were in Georgia, and before I left, my girlfriend was leaving her job, and they were having a celebration for us. So they had people coming there, and they basically did a big potluck, little get together for her. And of course, she has to bring something, right? Yeah. And she's not a cook. She's not a cooking person, man. And she asked me what to do, and I was just like, look. She's like, you sure? I was like, take this. And I made this dish with smoked turkey necks. She said, holy shit, that shit got going so fucking fast. When it's done right, kids, dog, you would fall in love with this, bro. You would absolutely fall in love with it. What up, Trip?
What's happening, y'all?
Oh, there's a man.
What up, Vizzo Joe?
Oh, Joe Vizzo's in the building. Looks
What
good
up?
minus the green beans. See, I'm right there with you, Joe. I'm really.
Everybody
Green beans
doesn't
are
know
like
this
my
shit.
least favorite vegetable to have. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I'm just not a big in soup. I might tolerate it, but not at that level. Like there's a lot of in that pot there, man. Some you went crazy with the green beans. That's just a little bit much for me.
Wait, what you say? You go crazy with the green beans?
I'm just not a green beans guy.
Well, I mean, but
I'm trying to
it's
say.
the green beans are the star of the show.
I hear it. I get it. That's why I would probably like slide right past it at the cookout. You know what I mean?
Unless you tasted it.
Yeah, because you got to look at the turkey or the pork, the flavoring that's in there. You know, because it's simmering for a long ass time, and there's a lot of flavor going into the beans, so they don't have that gardeny kind of like taste. It's kind of like, oh, okay, something going on up in here. And then with the potatoes absorbing that liquid as well. I mean, you're the person that don't use a bay leaf. Ain't that you?
I don't use what?
Bay leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't know
All right.
nothing about no flavor.
Oh, wait now. You're talking to a Jamaican now. You know, we have all kinds of special spicy flavors. Just we don't mess with no bay leaves.
Well, but it's
I couldn't tell you a single Jamaican dish with a bay leaf in it. But
Well, do you have an aversion to bay leaves, or you just never used it?
No, I couldn't. I've never found an actual use for it. There's no aversion. I would eat it. I mean, if it's in my food, I don't have a problem with it. But you know, never had.
Next time you make soup, just throw a bay leaf up.
I'm gonna. You gave me that little advice. I'm definitely gonna throw it into one of my foes and see what happens.
You definitely missing a level for sure, kids. That's just you're definitely missing a level of flavor for sure. Now this dish in particular, like it looks like it's a lot going on, but it ain't. It really ain't. When you get this thing in a whatever container, however you get it presented to you, I'm going to tell you right now. So have you ever had anything with smoked turkey in it?
Yes.
Kid?
Yeah, for sure.
What'd you have?
Well, I've had soup and sandwiches with smoked turkey in it. I'm trying to think if I've had anything else with smoked turkey in it, but doubtful.
I'm only saying that for the people that are non-pork eaters. You know, a lot of times people will put a ham hock in this thing. People will put what else they put in here? Trips. They put, fat back, fucking
neck bones, fat
neck
back,
bones, everything.
Salt pork.
Salt pork. That's a little too salty for me. But yeah, people put all kind of stuff. But for the people who don't eat the pork, I make mine with smoked turkey. And I'm telling you, get you a hickory smoked turkey necks, kids. That brand. Whatever hickory smoked turkey necks you can get. Put it in this pot with all these ingredients right here. Maybe the red pepper might be a little much, but I'm one of those guys that like a little slight kick to mine. But everything else, I'm telling you right now, you finish it once the dish is done, you put a little butter in there and you bring it together. And it's over the top good. Over the top.
Man, especially when you got that pot liquor. You don't know what pot liquor is, though, do you, kids?
Man.
What you know about that pot liquor, though?
I don't know about pot liquor at all. What's that?
You see that liquid in the pot?
Uh-huh.
That's the liquor. The juice, basically, of all
the broth is what you're talking about.
The broth.
Okay,
and so you get you a piece of cornbread or a pita or some naan, and you gotta sop that liquor up. You don't let that go to waste.
See, that's what I would be all about. It's just the beans that I'm like, I can live without them. The rest of it, I'm good. Like bell pepper, red pepper, whether it's turkey or pork. But I'm trying to stay away from the.
Goddamn weirdo don't eat green beans, man.
It's not like I don't eat them. I'll eat them, but like if it was me, if I got a spoon, I got a ladle, and I'm digging up in here trying to get me some of this. I'm taking a bunch of potatoes. I'm taking a bunch of turkey, a whole bunch of broth. And I'm like taking like 6 green beans.
Well, kids, maybe you ought to explain to the people that you're a potato head.
Well, there's none. I've never met a potato I don't like.
Okay, so the people don't know that because I know it's somebody out there is just like, what's wrong with kids? Why wouldn't you eat that? So
I
you're a
don't know
potato head. He loves potatoes, and I love potatoes myself.
who doesn't like. My wife is one of the funniest people ever because she will eat only certain versions of potatoes, and I'm like, it's all potatoes, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's all.
What do you mean by that? What's those certain?
She only
So,
mess with
so like
rustics.
she won't eat um she won't eat
Yukon
scalloped
Gold.
potatoes. Scalloped potatoes are a no. That ain't happening.
What?
And I'm like, these scalloped potatoes are delicious. She's like, no. I'm
Have you ever had homemade?
I'm walking right past the scalloped potatoes. It says what? Not a big fan. But she will eat. She doesn't really like baked potato either. I'll
Wait,
eat,
has she ever eaten homemade scallop?
brother. My sister makes scalloped potatoes from scratch every holiday dinner, and they're the bomb. That's why I'm saying, like, I'll be sitting there going, yo, baby, like these are fire. Like, these are some fire scalloped potatoes. My sister knows how to do it. A little bit of ham in there. She does it real well. But no, my wife ain't eating that. She's not eating no scalloped potatoes. She will refrain from a baked potato under normal pretenses. Potato skins, not doing it. She will definitely eat some French fries, some tater tots. And I'm like, I don't, it's all potatoes, man. They're all the same.
When you come here, man, we got to bring you and Mrs. Cash to the cookout, man.
Trust me.
That's what you need. And a good old American cookout. That's what you need. You and the missus, man. Cause it's some things I think you can look at this on an image and just run to all kinds of conclusions as to what this might taste like, but you have no idea until you taste this. Right or wrong, Trish? This looks like a whole goddamn mess in a pot.
Yeah, because you can somewhat imagine what it tastes like, but you would be off because of the simmering aspect of it, letting all the flavors melt together, and the marrow that's inside the bone and the fat. You're getting all that, and that's very, very flavorful, very pleasing to the palate and the tongue. So, don't sleep on what you haven't tried. Just get you a spoonful. You know what I'm saying? You got to get a big helping. Just taste it. And then it's like you don't like it, you ain't got to eat it again. But just be aware that not everybody cooks them the same. So the different meats will give it different flavors. And you may not like one, you may like another, or you may like them all, you may like none. But give yourself the opportunity to like it.
So every Thanksgiving, there's a big pile of 3 things on my plate. When I was a little boy, it's macaroni and cheese, and there's ham on my plate. Every single year. That combination, I can hack all that up and put it in a blender and eat it.
Well, a popular thing that I want to make if I get enough leftovers together, you get every scooping or serving of every every dish that's served during the meal. You have your turkey, you got your ham, you got your stuffing, you got your dressing, you got your greens, you got your mac and cheese, you got your cranberry sauce, you got your gravy, you got your green bean casserole. You get all of that and you put it into a pie crust like a pot pie, and then you top it with mashed potatoes and you put that in the oven, let it bake together, and now you get a Thanksgiving dinner pot pie, and that would be something that I think I want to try and put together.
I love how you had to put that one up again. Listen, Windy City, you don't know what you're talking about.
See, you got to read what he's saying, man.
Windy City 88 is 888 is saying, imagine having to be Canadian during Thanksgiving. Couldn't be me.
You just don't know, man. It's a whole nother level.
Hey, man, Thanksgiving here is virtually the same thing. You're missing very little. I'm just saying, like, very. There are nuances different in Canadian Thanksgiving versus U.S. Thanksgiving.
Dog,
Only
you get
nuance.
somebody's grandma or auntie with them fat back arms, the back of their arms big, whooping up some in that
Chill
kitchen. Boy.
going.
You think
Dog,
they have old ladies over here? We don't have old
dog.
ladies.
They ain't like the ones over here, I guarantee you.
Old lady.
Oh,
Come
yeah.
on now. Old ladies in the kitchen is old ladies in the kitchen. That's a universal. That's a universal thing. I'm just gonna say they might be making collard greens, which again you're not gonna see over here. There are nuances difference, man. Just a couple of things you're gonna find over here that you wouldn't find over there, and vice versa. But for the most part, those staples that Trip just yeah, man, we don't do collards over here.
Oh, you know what, man, Vizzo Joe, I'll tell you a funny ass story. Yeah, if I tell you it's gonna get carried away, I'll tell y'all if y'all want to hear, man. The first time, and I only ate tamales like 3 times, but the first time I ate it is funny as a motherfucking dog. Y'all would fucking die laughing and slap me upside my head at the same time. Y'all be laughing and hitting me at the same time. Like, what is wrong with you, dog? So a girl, real quick. So a female at a job I was at in Atlanta, I was managing a temporary agency, and I didn't realize that she was really on me like that. She was on me, and people was just like, "Hey, man, you know this old girl?" And I'm like, "Man, I'm busy working. I ain't got time for all that." She's somebody in the office. And long story short, I ended up being the only person in the office this afternoon. Everybody's out in the field, doing sales and all kinds of different stuff. And I get a call on the phone. She's like, "Hey," it was a Latino lady that made some tamales and sacked them up, and they was hot and everything. She said, "I left something for you. Did you eat them?" I was like, "What is it?" She's like, "They're tamales. I made you tamales." I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that." I said, "I'll try them." She's like, "Well, call me back and let me know." And so I go get them. They all wrapped up in foil. They're still warm. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly.
You didn't peel the wrapper off.
I didn't know shit. I didn't fucking know. I had no idea, Patrick. So I go get them and they smelling all good. I just unwrapped the things out of foil. And I was just like, I just bit into it. I was like, what is this?
Damn.
I was like, what is this? So I was just like, and I bit it one more time. I was just like, maybe. I was like, nah, something's. So I get on the phone. I call her. She's just. I was like, well, something's up with these things. I was like, they tough. I said they tough. She's like, what do you mean they tough? They're soft as hell. I was like, I bit into them, and she was just like, well, did you take the what'd you call them? The husk off?
Husk.
I was just like, what's that? She's like, what's wrapped? I had no fucking idea. Look at Vizzo Joe laughing at me. I had no fucking idea, y'all.
So is it wrapped in paper?
No, it's wrapped in a corn.
On a corn husk.
He never had them either. He never had them.
I never had tamales. No. That's another thing about Canada that sucks. Like, we don't get real Mexican food over here. We don't really get, like, you have to go to a Latino's house to get that. And luckily I've dated a couple of Latinos Latinas over the years.
Latinas hot and always spicy.
Yeah, I got a little
they'll
bit.
Cut you. They'll cut you deep.
Yes, I may have also have been cut. Yeah, she loves mashed potatoes and gravy. Like, I'm telling you, it's just a little her thing, man. She ups and downs with the potatoes. I'll never get it, but go figure. You had 3 tamales today, Joe. Okay.
You get what kind? I mean, because they're all different, innards for tamales.
Look at
Patrick.
He said he did it too.
Well, I mean, I was
Yankee.
I remember going on a field trip someplace, and somebody gave me a Baby Bell thing of cheese that was wrapped in a little netting and with that red shit around it. I took it out the netting, then I just bit through the red shit. I didn't realize you were supposed to peel it out of the red shit.
Well, we don't.
And I was like, man, this cheese is kind of waxy.
This cheese is kind of waxy. You had a baby. You tell me you ate right through a Baby Bell.
Yeah. So yeah. So I ate the cheese and that waxy outer shell.
No, Cloud Chasers, you got here just in time. We got a couple. We got one more dish
Red
and
pork.
a couple of drinks to do. We're gonna be on the Bears in just a second, man. So hold up.
Man, you ate right through a baby bell, dog.
Hey, I didn't know. I never had that kind before.
I hope you took it out your mouth and threw it at somebody, man, because like somebody fooled you.
Well, I bit it and it was like, yeah. But then I looked at it and saw the cheese on the inside. So I spit what was in my mouth out and I used my thumb to dig out the cheese.
So baby bells for the rest of you guys. There's a little part of the wax that just makes for easy access. You can just strip it off and pop the cheese out. So for future reference, you don't got to dig up into it with your thumb, with your finger.
All right, we got to keep it going.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's funny.
Real talk. Oh, girl laughed at me so hard, man. I was so embarrassed. She was laughing out on the phone she was just dying. That was just embarrassing. But I've been with several Latino ladies before her. You know what I mean?
And nobody warned you about the tamales.
They never had one cook for me. I never had one cook for me. Just, but that's just where it went. But you can tell you something. Every Thanksgiving, there's gonna be people that there's somebody right now that's preparing a turkey right now, and don't really know what they're doing. They're just doing the shit for the first time, and they don't really know what they're doing. But they're having people over their house, and they're gonna make a whole ass turkey. And you know what? Somebody's gonna have this shit going on in their turkey. When it's done,
they done forgot to take the giblets out the back.
They don't know nothing about that thing is in there. They got that thing right out the package, put some seasoning on that beef, and threw it in the oven and finna have a whole ass Thanksgiving dinner. Just know, if I come to your house, you invite me to your house, and you cut that thing open, and this comes out of it, I ain't coming back over there. I'm just gonna tell you right now, I ain't coming back. Ain't no reason for me to come back.
You know what you're supposed to do with those right kids?
No, what do you do? What are you doing with it?
Well, the giblets,
I chuck it right out.
You chop them up and turn them into gravy.
Oh, you're making your gravy out of that. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, the same way that shout out to Chef Trips, as he made that gravy earlier. Mm-hmm. Same thing. So you just make the actual, you chop up the giblets because now you got actual bits in there, and then you can also use that gravy that you pour over your dressing and your stuffing and your mac and cheese and everything that get that gravy in there. So you get a meaty turkey based gravy with actual turkey parts in it. You don't waste none of those parts.
I'm with you. I'm not a fan of turkey gravy. I'm a much bigger fan of like what Chef Trips did today. I like beef gravy more so than turkey gravy. Like I'll put beef gravy on my turkey and not give it any kind of.
Obviously, you haven't had the right giblet gravy.
No, I've had good gravy. Don't like turkey gravy. Don't get me wrong. It's just I don't know. There's something.
Well, but then you also realize that turkey gravy is kind of the theme since the giblets are turkey giblets.
Our turkey, yeah, like
you know what I mean. So
it's made for things like this is a Thanksgiving staple. I'll be frank about that. You'll get that on Thanksgiving. I've had it many a time. But if there is also like I'm the guy who's like, oh, there's beef gravy up in here, and I'll slide over the beef gravy. I'll use the beef gravy instead.
What did James Hunter say? He said, "Grandma used to gnaw on the turkey neck like she was a dog."
Yeah, get all that shit off.
Your grandma's my people. Because in between the vertebrae of that neck bone, that there's the spine, and that spine is delicious. So you got to get through every vertebrae and
getting all that off.
You got to suck that out of there because it's a little bitty hole. So you got to suck that bone.
Let me start over because this is important. Let me break this down. How this goes?
Oh, see, now there's a bay leaf in there too.
So in this bag, there comes a turkey neck, there comes a turkey heart, there comes a turkey liver, and might be one other item in there, maybe something kidney or
I think it's the
something.
kidney.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
all
so
the innards.
all the innards, and then when you get done doing what you got to do, hacking that stuff up, sauteing it up, you add here's the ingredients. You got the giblets are the innards in that bag. Then you got your turkey broth. Then you got your onion, you got your carrots, you got your celery, you got your bay leaf, you got your thyme, you got your pan drippings, which is probably the most important thing. So when you're making this up, your turkey is obviously cooking and is dripping off some juices, right? So you grab some of them up and you throw them in there to bring that together with that roux at the end, that butter and that flour when you're bringing it all together to make this up. So you've already hacked up all the you make it into giblets. That's why they call it giblets. You hacked up all the little pieces to turn it into that. And maybe that's a turn off to a lot of people if you know exactly what it is before you eat it. So the first time I ate it, I had no idea what it was. All I knew it was giblet gravy. And so later on, I found out exactly what it was. I was just like, damn, would I have eaten that, knowing this ahead of time? Absolutely the best gravy I've ever had in my life. Turkey giblet gravy is the shit, bro. Absolutely the shit.
Delicious.
It's good. I prefer the beef though. I'll be straight up.
Man, then you get some of this and pour it over that Thanksgiving pot pie.
There you go, James.
That would be actually really good.
It's that gizzard in there.
Yeah, gizzards. Have you ever had gizzards, kids?
Mm-mm.
Oh Lord, I got to take you to Harold's and get you some gizzards with some salt, pepper, little lemon pepper, and a little hot sauce. Oh yeah. You gonna go back a fat boy.
Dog,
well, I'm coming in a fat boy as it is, so well, ain't nothing changed. I will just be satisfied. I'll be leaving satisfied.
Oh, definitely.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to everybody that's gonna celebrate with their family tomorrow. Even if you're just doing something at the crib, this is just love, man. This bring back a lot of memories for me as a child, man. These things, first time you taste stuff like this, man, you never forget it. First time you taste it, you never ever forget it. Yeah, hell yeah, Vizzo Joe Gizzards on fire as hell. Especially, I don't know too many places outside of Chicago that really specializes in.
Yeah. I can't really think of any place I've really gotten them outside of Harold's.
Yeah, it's a Chicago thing, man. It's definitely a Chicago thing. I've been down south in a few different places. I've never really
they don't do it in Texas?
Never heard of it.
No,
I'm not saying they don't, but I've never heard of it. At this point, you would think all these kinds of little foods and little items, you'd see them on TV, people going to the places and making videos. I've never to this day seen anybody outside of the city of Chicago specialize in gizzards.
Oh, that's right. James Hunter saying back in the day when we were shorties, so way back in the day, KFC back when they were Kentucky Fried Chicken, before they were KFC, used to have gizzards every Tuesday.
Damn.
That was back when they had the honey barbecue wings on special every now and then. But this was before that. So yeah. So gizzards, I mean, that was a national chain, but they did have gizzards.
Hey, Vizzo Joe said they do it in
California.
They do it in Cali. Cloud Chaser say they do it in Mississippi. He said that's where his family.
My crooked letter.
That's where all of us from. Down there.
Yeah, see, that was the thing though. Somebody mentioned in the chat who was talking about grandma with the neck bones, but that's part of the dilemma on Thanksgiving because there are certain parts that certain people only eat. And, if you got seniority, you grandma, you getting first dibs. Or as the Chris Rock would say, you got the big piece of chicken. So he had to wait for grandma to pass before, he got to enjoy a neck bone. And so now, the way the tradition goes, he gets to have the neck bone until he's dead. And then the next person in the family gets to enjoy it. So I was the drumstick guy.
Oh, me too.
Trips, I got to tell you though, Trips, there is another place though, and I don't know. I'm sure you know exactly what it is. But when I was a little boy, this place was kind of going out of business, and they don't really have too many of them around now. But they down by Midway, down by the airport. Brown's Chicken, they
Ah,
make them even better than
true,
Harold's.
true. Well, they make them different than Harold's, but Brown's Chicken loved their breaded mushrooms.
Yeah, I just love something about that
They
crust,
taste better.
man. Dog, that Brown's Chicken, those gizzards there. I've had Harold's. They're good. They're
See, the difference is the Browns is more of a
Never.
flour flaky batter,
mm-hmm.
to
I like
whereas Harold's is more of a deep fried, darker. Brown's is just very, very light brown, very flaky batter outside.
I like that. It's a good coating for the little hot sauce
good
you put
coating.
on there. That's what I like about it, because if that nice little shell out there for that hot sauce, man. Brown's by Midway. I don't know if they got them anywhere else, but every time I go to Midway, while I'm getting somebody from the airport, I'm stopping at Brown's getting me some.
Yeah, there's one out there, and there's one up on like Tui and Lincoln area over there by up there, Devon and them. So,
Joe,
just on the outskirts of the city, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yams are those sweet things, and ain't no yams without the marshmallow. So stop tripping.
Oh wow!
Don't get me talking about Browns and Arthur Treachers. That's a whole other conversation.
Fish and chips.
Don't get me talking about all that.
Yeah, you want to go back to Catfish Digby's? Where's Cornelius? I know you know what Catfish Digby's was over there on 22nd and was that Michigan, Cermak in Michigan over there. Yeah, that was the Catfish, and every Friday they would have a special, especially during Lent, because there's so many Christians in Chicago and there's no meat on Fridays.
On Friday.
Yeah, so they had special every Lenten Friday. They would sell out, and you could smell it. It was one of those places that when they were cooking, the whole neighborhood was lit up the way the wind was blowing, and it was like, oh, if you're on the train or the bus or something, it's like, yeah, let me go ahead and hop off, go and get me some fish, and then use my transfer and hop back on. But yeah, this classic place that had very, very good Southern comfort food, but not a franchise kind of place, just a very single family owned place.
Scrolls know about them fried mushrooms, boy.
Oh, there it is. Dip them down as a little barbecue sauce, or mess around and get you some tartar sauce. Because now, if you really want to have a treat, are you familiar with Long John Silver's?
Yeah.
Go in there and just get you some crumbs. I love me some crumbs. It's the batter that's fallen off in the fryer from the chicken, from the fish, and the fries, and it's the crumbs. And so literally they'll scoop them up and put them in one of those little dishes.
Yeah,
and I got a crumb. You can eat them with barbecue sauce, tartar sauce. They're delicious.
You gotta let me tell us, and before we move on to the drinks, we're gonna have them real quick, and we're gonna get to the Bears conversation. Y'all know y'all came for that. We're gonna get it. But I got a deep relationship with Long John Silver's. That's the first official job that I ever had. First official job that I ever had. The crumbs he's talking about, like if you go in there and you start working there, they give you the, you got to go in there and actually cut the fish, and it's cod. You cut the cod the right way. It's at the.
Is it only cod they do? They don't do multiple different kinds.
They now have probably expanded on their fish repertoire, but mostly it was cod.
It was cod. And I've seen perch and chicken.
Chicken planks for sure. Cod and chicken was the main things that we did. You did breaded chicken or you did battered chicken. You did breaded fish or you did battered fish. And so, long story short, what he's talking about, it's a wet batter. You mix it up. You put that cod in the batter. You don't have to season it or do nothing. That stuff comes ready made, and you drop it into the grease. And in that grease, you're gonna always have the drippings that come off of that wet batter. And they use those crumbs. That's what they call the crumbs. They put them in the window right along with the chicken, and they use that as the bed for your fish or your chicken or whatever you got going on. And let me tell you something. This is the last part. I fell in love with the taste of that batter. So here I am in Columbus, Ohio. I'm out there and I'm just got a craving for this shit. And I find the Long John Silver's in Columbus, Ohio. Fucked around and seen like a whole heap of black girls working back there. And I'm just like, oh yeah, I got to get a hold of some of that batter. I was just like, hey, what I got to do to get some of that batter? She's like, what you mean batter? I said, I need a few batters of that batter. What you gonna do with the batter? I said, I'm gonna cook fish with it. She said, what you gonna give me? I said, what you want for it? I give you $20 a bag for that. She had me full, sitting out there and bagged up, taped up around the garbage can when she took the garbage out. And she had them like on the side and just set them there. She was just like, when I tell you, just come up here and get them. So I don't want them just sitting out there by the dumpster. And she had them things. And I had them bags of batter for at least 3 years. You can use a little bit of that batter and you can probably make fish for about 10, 15 people. Just a little bit of that powder. All it takes is water. You ain't got to put nothing extra in it. And I had those bags for you.
That's the hookup right there where you go dumpster diving, you know, but when it's next to the dumpster and the bag all ready for you, it's like, thank you. And now you have whatever that restaurant has, you know, so that batter, you know, you're putting in your fish and your chicken when you have it. And that's something that will keep, you know, because it's dehydrated. All you do is add the water and you're good to go. And it's just the flavor that's specific to them, that individual their taste. But like James is also saying for Long John Silver's, that one of their condiments is malt vinegar.
Yeah.
And that's delicious on the crackles and the French fries. So a little, like, instead of ketchup, do a little malt vinegar on your fries. Totally different flavor profile.
On the batter, the battered fish is exceptional.
That's like an East Coast thing with the malt vinegar, man. They love that. Fish chips and vinegar. It's a big thing on the East Coast. Yeah, man. I used to have a homie who used to work at McDonald's, did the same thing.
Well,
man.
Long John Silver's. I mean, Long John Silver, you know, East Coast, seafarer.
Yeah.
Man, all right. We got to get to some drinks, man. We can talk food for the next 2 hours. I know we can because I'm passionate about it, but we got to get to some drinky drink. And Trips, this one's for you because the second one's for Kid. You want to read this off?
Paloma cocktail, shaken, not stirred.
Not stirred.
Ingredients of tequila, don't know what kind, mezcal, jalapenos, spicy, orange strawberry syrup, sweet, ginger syrup, different, ice, and a shaker.
All right,
that's a wedge of orange in there.
Yeah, it's a wedge of orange in there. Let's start this off right. Let's start with the obvious. Kids and Trips. Would you consider a drink that's been shaken with jalapeno, first of all?
Oh, yeah.
I've never had anything that even remotely looks like this, but this sounds interesting enough for me to try for sure. I give this a shot.
Yeah, literally. Give me a shot of that.
Yeah, give me a shot of that. Let me test it out, and maybe I'll get a full glass after.
What's interesting to me, the reason why I did it is because of the jalapenos, of course, but the ginger syrup I've never heard of.
That's the other part that makes this super interesting.
Yeah,
ginger is such a distinct flavor, you know? It might steal the whole flavor profile.
I don't think you can, because ginger is very specific flavor profile. Jalapenos.
Oh yeah.
You know, mezcal, that's really sweet, right?
Yeah.
And then tequila's tequila. You know, so there's a lot going on there. So you got the top of the tongue taste buds, you got the back of the tongue taste buds, you got the front of the tongue taste buds, and in between, all jumping off right in this drink.
You know it, Patrick. You goddamn know it.
Hey, Jim Hunter, man. Jalapeno cucumber mules. You gotta put the recipe for that in the chat.
That's a Moscow mule with cucumber and jalapeno.
So is that all it is? Because like I'm a Moscow mule guy. That's my drink. That's my drink. So you're saying ginger beer, lime juice, vodka, jalapeno cucumber. Word. I'm gonna have to give that a shot.
So I've had a drink very similar to this with vodka. I didn't have the ginger syrup in there. I have no idea what that tastes like. It's probably good.
Ginger
But
soup
you'd
is
be
sick.
surprised. You'd be surprised with the sweetness that Trip just pointed it out. The mezcal, that's a certain kind of flavor. It's pretty sweet. The variation of flavor, what hits off of each other. You'd be surprised at that twang of that jalapeno. It's not like it's going to be hot. It's going to burn your ass up. It's not going to do none of that. But it's going to offer.
That's all.
It's going to offer something to your palate that is a contrast to the sweetness of the mezcal.
Mm-hmm.
And it's I'm just going to tell you right now, you don't turn your nose up to something like this if you see the ingredients and why would I have a jalapeno in my drink and what I'm doing with ginger syrup. You'd be surprised what the flavor combinations might do to you.
Crazy. That's very interesting. Like I say, it sounds like it would have a little bit of a kick. I would definitely test this out and see where it leads me. I have to say.
Anything else, Trips, kids?
No, I still want a little shot of it. See what's up.
This next one is you, kid. You can lead with this one. I think you might like it.
What do we got? The Half-Blooded Prince. Sound like my kid. Pomegranate juice, whiskey, raspberry chambord. I don't know what that is. Lemon juice, maple syrup. Oh, that's why it's me. Yeah.
It's also something you're missing, kid. You probably don't see the it's kind of hidden back there.
Oh, it's like a Game of Thrones. Oh, okay. All right. I get it. It's like a Game of Thrones drink. All right. Okay. I'm with it. Like what's cool is there was like
that's a dragon.
Yeah, there was a Game of Thrones. I should go up and get it too. Game of Thrones run of whiskey. I have a bottle, but it's been drank. I just kept the bottle because it's cool and it's like nostalgic. But yeah, they had Game of Thrones whiskey and throughout season 8, I would do a shot every commercial break.
What was that like, though? You gotta tell me, was it some bullshit because it was Game of Thrones written on it, or was it
No. It's high. It was high end. I just can't remember who produced it, but it's a high end whiskey, man. It was not no BS at all.
See, why would the Red Baron be asking specifically about raspberry chambord?
And you know what? Scrolls, you wow, man, because I gotta say this, man. Let me get 2 cents in here. 2 of my favorite things in the world are in the ingredients of this drink: pomegranate juice and just about anything raspberry. I'm on it. Just the flavor of raspberry, pomegranate juice, and then you got whiskey. Some people might use bourbon for this drink. Come on, now the maple syrup throws me off. I ain't gonna even lie.
Me too.
I mean, everything else is so tart.
Yeah, I like tart. Like, you know what I mean? Like I like sour anything. That maple as well. Like, just like I was saying about ginger, it's a very distinct flavor versus anything else. Like it just is. It's very distinct and specific. So to the person who pours Aunt Jemima's up in this and starts drinking it, I would slap the shit out of you. It has to be real.
Because it's not maple.
No, it has to be real ass, straight out the damn tree Canadian maple syrup. There was nothing better than it. But like I don't know. I don't know if I would actually I don't know if I would really put that up in this drink. I think it would.
By the way, it's not a shaken drink; it's a stirred drink.
It would have to be stirred, man. You'd have to stir this up. Like maple and whiskey stand alone, delicious. Like if you're doing a shot and you just want to sweeten it up a little bit, those 2 things together, great. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure how this mixes with the other things, because everything else kind of gives it sort of that raspberry lemon lime, kind of profile, and I don't know how that mixes with.
Well, by looking at the way that it's served in this glass, there's names for glasses. I forget the name of this one, but there's a single ice cube, and it's shorty. So this is more of a sipping kind of drink. just by this presentation.
Nah,
So this is something that this is not you're shooting or you're down, and this is something that's you gotta what do you call that, nursing for a little bit.
You need a straw. You're gonna straw this one up.
If it ain't a straight shot, I ain't sipping shit.
No, this ain't no shot. Look at that. That's like
I mean you don't put an ice cube in a shot.
Yeah, I know.
And look at the size of that. Yeah, that's you shooting this, you getting home some other kind of way than you realize.
They carting you home. Oh,
this is kind of sexy looking to me. I ain't gonna even lie to y'all, man. This reminds me of this music.
King of the North. He who swings the sword, no, he who casts the sentence must swing the sword.
Who's that? Who's that passed away? Peter Tosh?
Say again?
Who just passed away this week?
Not Peter Tosh. That's the other guy.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name right off the top.
Jimmy Cliff.
Jimmy Cliff. Oh, the harder they come. Pause. Great film though, mind you, for those of you who haven't seen it. Great film.
But
even better soundtrack, by the way.
One last little note on this drink before we get to some Bears conversation, because we're right here now. Pomegranate juice is a hidden gem. For those not familiar with it,
I'm kind of not familiar.
It's good for your kidneys and your liver and your whole flushing system as you get older.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pomegranate juice in general.
It's like that one. It's because it just looked like so much damn work. You know what I mean? Like that was it for me. My sister used to crush the pomegranates. My kids love them. I just looked at it and I'm like, like it's like a whole science project to get the juice out and to like enjoy this fruit.
It's a well-known. I wouldn't say well-known because I don't know that most people right now know there's factors to pomegranate, and the juice that comes with it is a lot of antioxidants in it. I'll just say that's a good place to start. If you want to detoxify your body in any situation, pomegranate juice is a good place to start.
Well, maybe I'll start to have to add that to the diet because, like I say, it's just one of them things I've kind of circumnavigated over time. Sounds like something I would enjoy, but I look at it and I'm like, damn, like.
That's something. The pomegranate juice is just something that you can add to your routine and repertoire, just to even just change up the flavors and the taste that you have now. Just give it a little curveball. Maybe instead of drinking it every day, you drink it like once a week. Depending on how you like.
What would you compare the flavor to? If they're
kind of a bitter, not sweet, but not tart bitter, but more of a pungent bitter
grape juice.
Okay,
like real sweet, concentrated grape juice kind of thing.
Okay, all right.
You grape juice. You'll love this.
All right.
Yeah, I mean it's like a intensified grape juice.
I don't know about y'all, but
just for this. Thank y'all. I just got inspiration. I'm about to order me a couple of cases after this blackout is over. So the blackout is, people are trying to hurt the billionaires and not buy from stores, big brand stores, and trying to buy local people that own businesses in their local areas. People are buying from now to, I think, December 2nd. We are adhering to that in this house. We are adhering to trying to
saw palmetto there, Scrolls.
Taking it to the billionaires and not buying, from your regular brands. Everybody orders from Amazon. We're not doing shit until after this, man. We're gonna make them feel us. So that's going on right now. But get you some pomegranate juice, kids. It's gonna change your life.
All right, I'm with it. Again, if you're gonna compare it to grape juice, damn.
This is more of a, like, grape juice is delicious and all and has its own health benefits, but pomegranate is more better for the whole plumbing system. It'll really clean it out and detoxify more than grape.
Read what Sproles is saying.
I'm with what he's saying. Drink pomegranate juice and take saw palmetto daily for prostate support. I'm so with the saw palmetto. I use it quite frequently, and it works.
There's all kind of properties in it that helps you in all kinds of different ways to just to detoxify your body. That's one part of it, but other parts of it gets into your bloodstream and helps you in other ways too.
And you can also, it's not just about how you how you consume it. You don't have to necessarily drink it straight or a shot. If you do smoothies, just add it to your smoothie, because you're getting the benefit of it in there, just mixed all in with your fruit, your other vegetables, or whatever you got in your smoothies.
In fact, I haven't even bought my Christmas yet. After in another week or two, I'm gonna buy my Christmas. I'm getting everybody goddamn pomegranate juice. All my older relatives, my mom, my grandma, everybody getting pomegranate juice. They're gonna be like, man, fuck you.
As soon as they be drinking it all healthy, and she'd be like, damn it, no
man. Yeah, they gonna be talking all that bullshit. They be like, I see all them goddamn pomegranate juice is gone.
Well, yeah. But remember back in the day when it was like, oh shit, Toys R Us, Jeffrey Giraffe, and all them fools be going up and down the aisle, be like, oh, I want this, looking in the newspaper on Sunday when they had the big toy sections, and it's like Christmas is coming, and it's like you get the toy, and then it's like you shaking the box, it's like, oh, what does it sound like? What does it sound like? And then you open it and it's like, socks. What the fuck am I gonna do with socks? Be mad as hell. But then on a cold day, and like in a few weeks in January, and it's like, that window got all this cold and white stuff on it, and I got to go 2 blocks to the bus stop and wait for the bus.
Them socks come in handy, don't they?
These socks is nice as hell. Okay, I see your socks.
Look at James.
It's like, practical gifts. So how about this? That I would love to be able to give these for gifts to everybody I know. Fire extinguishers, something that I hope you would never have to use, but the majority of people don't have one in their homes.
That's true. Very true. Look at what James Hunter is saying.
Pomegranate milk thistle tea is a liver and kidney cleanser.
Look at that.
Interesting.
Yeah, tea. You can sip it in a nice evening tea before night. But practical gifts are practical. They'll get used. So if Nomad sent some pomegranate juice, it's like, man, what the hell am I gonna do with this juice until they sipping on it? And it's like, let me order some more of that shit. That was kind of tasty.
She'd be my grandmother perfect. She'd be like, like one year I got a big bag of pecans. Big, huge bag of pecans. My grandmother loves all kinds of different kinds of nuts, chestnuts, pecans, all those different
almonds,
nuts.
pistachios.
But she really, really loves pecans. And I told her, I bought my mom a bag, and she was like, she started eating on them, and she was eating them up. I told you they were staying together, and she was just like, my mother was just like, can you buy me another bag? Your grandma eating them all. I just like, let me just buy her a bag. So we'll buy me another. So I ended up buying 2 more bags, big, huge bags of them, and they just eat them. You know what I mean? But those are good for you too.
Yeah. Yeah, all nuts, no diddy, are good for you. They're healthy. They do different things, and different nuts, they all have different flavors. Just think about it. Well, how about this? Think about it in terms of ice cream. Black walnut ice cream versus butter pecan ice cream versus pistachio ice cream versus what is it? There's another one. There's another nut that they make into ice cream. There are many nuts that they make into ice cream just beyond those. But if they can make it into the ice cream, they gotta be delicious, right?
I guess. But Scroll said pause.
Well, it's a whole nut conversation.
Thanks, Scrolls, man. Thanks for good looking out, Scrolls. I was coming in here to say that's what she said, but man, it's all good. It's okay.
You right though, Scrolls, talking about that noni juice. I forget what's in that shit, but I know that it's the right shit to be drinking. Check that out. You should probably Google that. Y'all should probably Google noni juice. Just telling you right now. especially the males around here. All right. Any last thoughts on this, man? This has got two of my favorite ingredients in it, and you throw whiskey in it, I'm gonna drink the shit out of this. I'm not putting maple syrup in it.
As my friend Jim Hunter stated in the chat, I drink my whiskey straight. I like my whiskey on the rocks.
Like a man.
Like a damn man should. And
hey kid, sometimes you gotta dumb it down just for the sake of the lady you got in your life, just so it's palatable for her. I don't know too many women that's walking around just taking shots of whiskey.
Oh, hey man, my woman can't have any of my damn whiskey. Are you crazy? What's wrong with you? I will buy her whatever she wants. Like you can have your own drink. That's yours. I ain't sharing my whiskey. That's my damn whiskey.
Well, what if she enjoys whiskey? You just get her own.
Then she will get her own bottle of whiskey, and we won't fight over it. It'll save for. Well, let's rephrase this. Then we'll just get 2 bottles of whiskey, and it means more whiskey for me.
Well, look at it like this, kids. See,
I'm gonna drink it everybody's.
Let me smooth this man out a little bit so you can be more palatable to you, lady. Sometimes it's not about what you're getting her. Sometimes it's not about what you're getting you. Sometimes it's about the things that you do together. What can we enjoy together?
Well, we can both sit and drink.
For a woman, they're sensitive like that. They wanna just have some time with you and enjoy something with you. No matter what it is, it's just something that we can do together. That's what it's all about.
I can't argue with you, but at the same time, that leads to men drinking super fruity ass drinks, and I
you gotta go down that road, bro.
I've been known to potentially do it for the sake of a woman, but odds are I'm drinking a scotch on the rocks. That's just it. Give me a Glenfiddich and leave me alone.
Trip's having a moment
with you. Ooh, so let me tell you, baby, let's.
Man, let me get this off the screen.
Oh, he killed you. He shut you down.
This man is gonna go into let me get this off the screen. Here we go. All right, we gotta talk about some Bears. Let me share my screen. We gotta start with the injury report, and we'll go from there. Let's talk about each guy individually, if y'all don't mind. Let's talk about each one individually.
Wow. All right, let's do this. We're doing this. This is what we're doing.
Be all over the place, kids.
Can we make this bigger? Let's make this bigger.
I'll make it bigger.
There we go. All right.
Good job.
That's what she said.
Snap. We missed the whole
There you go, James Hunter. There you go, James.
Going to appease the wife and watch a movie must be a rom-com.
Speak of the devil, Jim.
And James, you while you watching that movie, make sure you rubbing those feet.
Hey, so your weird ass better be quiet because we talking about football.
Give him a little stroke for old triple I.
Damn.
So you go take care of your BIZ, James.
All right. So
start with TJ.
We got a short week. That's what this looks like. It worries me a little bit less than it would on a long week. So we'll see. We got TJ Edwards with a hamstring. He did not practice. Ruben Hippolyte shoulder. Holy cow, we're in deeper into that linebacker core. Ruben Hippolyte shoulder did not practice. And this goes for Tuesday and Wednesday. Dom Robb concussion did not practice. Noah Sewell elbow did not practice. Tariq Stevenson hip did not practice. Javon Dexter hand limited. Theo Benedet quad full participation Tuesday and Wednesday. Love to hear that. He knows that Ozzy Trapilo played well.
We just start with Theo. Let's keep going though.
Kyler Gordon calf full participation across the board. That's beautiful to hear. Travis Homer hamstring knee full participation. Jaylon Johnson groin. Oh, looky there. 2 days of full participation from both of the cornerbacks. Look at the star beside that. Asterix. And Common Ungai knee full participation. So that's your injury list up to now. We got a day and a bit before game time.
Let's get on Theo first. And I'll just start this way. Theo purported himself, not Theo, but Ozzy purported himself very well. We watched that. We watched that live, and we just. I remember y'all asking me, man, how well is Ozzy doing, man? He's holding up over there. That's about as far as I can get into it. But after looking at it, he played a lot better than I thought. Like he played well. Now in the run game, he had some shortcomings. I would just say that. He had
that
he
makes
missed some
sense.
assignments. You know, he just that was his. But the pass pro was pretty goddamn good. And a lot of people are talking about, oh, we should leave Ozzy in there, and that's so. Let's just start there, man. What do you guys think about that?
I think you nailed the needed comments, man. I think you nailed it. He played a great game. I don't think any sack was attributed to him at all, and very little pressure. Might be a zero pressure day for Ozzy Trapilo, given it's sort of his first starting case scenario at the left tackle position. Purported himself very well, but I think you nailed it, man. I think the shortcoming between the two is your run game suffers a little bit. The run game wasn't quite what we would have hoped it would have been against the Pittsburgh Steelers this past week. It was okay, but wasn't quite what it's been on previous weeks. And I think that might have a lot to do with the fact that Luke Newman was in there for for Jonah Jackson for a little bit, as well as Ozzy Trapilo being in there for the entire game for Theo Benedet.
Man, look, Theo, he's good and all. I appreciate his effort, but Ozzy looked much better in pass pro, as mentioned, and I think that's more important. While Theo looked nice in the running game, his pass pro, we can see leaves a lot to be desired. So as the starting left tackle, if we got to choose between the two, which it seems like we do, let's go ahead and roll with Ozzy. He looks like the more stout, with a higher upside going forward at left tackle. And Theo looks awesome as a swing guy. So he still can be utilized. He can, even do the other things that Ben Johnson does with his offense. Like Ozzy's been in at fullback. He's been in as an extra lineman reporting. Theo can do all that stuff. Let Ozzy develop next to Tooney and learn and develop with the rest of this team, because we can't keep going back and forth. It's like, all right, well, Theo got dinged up. Let's throw Ozzy in there. Okay, Theo's back, swap him back out again. Ozzy looks better overall. He wasn't detrimental. They obviously helped him with some chips with the tight end and backs, and that was fine. But we got some games coming up. Myles Garrett there in the distance, among others, and I want the best pass protector available to be watching. Caleb Williams is back.
Well, I'm gonna argue with you a little bit here, Trips, and I'm defending Theo from this standpoint. When I tell you that Ozzy was leaking, and this doesn't mean that Ozzy Trapilo can't get better in the run game, because I know he can, but you can tell that there was a heavy emphasis on making sure that the pass pro was A+, and he's pretty high as far as his pass protection rate goes. And I'm not talking about any analytics. I'm just talking about how many snaps I saw and how good it looked. He was pretty goddamn solid. That's one thing. At this point in the season, everybody knows the Bears can attack you downfield with the weapons that we have. What's more important right now is we establish that running game and make sure that we can lean into that running game and have that thing kind of carry us through situations. And so I'm going to differ with you in this way. Theo, every offensive lineman has their ups and downs and their whatever their weaknesses might be. It ain't so bad that I'm just going to I'm not going to eject. If it's me, I'm not going to eject Theo. I'm going to leave Theo in there and make Theo give me a reason to take him out of there. At this point, I don't see any reason to take Theo out of the starting lineup. I think you got what you need for right now. This guy he plays some good football, but he excels in the running, especially. And so You need that right now.
I'm in full agreement with you here, especially for this game. Things may change a little bit as we move forward, but for this game on Friday, I think it's in the Bears' best interest to again crack toss and set up screen game and go a little bit laterally away from Jalen Carter and that pass rush. Like
Theo's more fleet-footed than Ozzy.
this is what I'm saying. Like on those edges, Theo and Darnell are doing a great job providing run support, and I think that's what the Bears need to attack this weekend. Sorry, this Friday, right? Like that's my thoughts. I expect there to be attempts north-south, but I expect those attempts to be thwarted relatively easily by by Jalen Carter and that interior for Philadelphia. It's the exterior, it's their edge rushers that aren't quite they're not the Myles Garretts of the world. They're good, but I think we can attack them there. That's where I think the best way to attack
Well,
them.
look, the edges. They got the dude from Miami, Phillips, Jaden Phillips, Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips, I think.
They got 3 or 4 guys.
They've got the edges are okay. The strength is in the center.
I think they're a little bit more better than okay.
They're all right.
Oh,
Like,
they're
I'm just
good.
saying, the strength is in the center.
Yeah.
So what Vic does, he's a shell coverage guy. He was a shell coverage guy when he was here. He's a shell coverage guy wherever he's been. And he kind of plays to the strengths of whatever his personnel is. So he knows that he can get home with 4. And when you know you can get home with 4, you're going to play more shell coverage. You're not going to be gambling so much with the man-to-man coverage when you know you can play shell coverage. And those guys in the back end, they only have to cover for so long because they got a pretty dynamic front. And so Theo or Ozzy, I think it's going to be Theo. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's going to be Theo. Theo's going to see a different variety of guys like Ozzy saw this week with Pittsburgh. They got different kind of edge guys, man. They got different sizes, shape guys. Same thing with Philly. And so Theo is going to get the fire hose put on him too, just like Ozzy did this week. And Ozzy held up. Now, if Theo gets in there and those edge rushers start getting the best of them and it starts to cost us, don't be surprised if you see Ozzy in there. Now, I'm going to say this. Theo is as competitive as Ozzy is. He wants to maintain that job. So I expect to see the best of Theo Benedet this week.
I kind of
well, look at it from also this perspective, kids, and no maniacs. From the general manager's view, who would you prefer was out there at LT?
The general, let me answer that. The general manager, of course, he's going to think your draft picks, but the general manager has less to nothing to do with this,
right?
At all. It's the fucking coaches, and where are we right now? It's the fucking coaches. Where are we right now? Where are we at our best with Theo, or are we at our best with Ozzy? Right now, with the games played, they're going to say Ozzy. Ozzy's probably going to be the starter.
Ozzy or Theo?
That's what I meant. Theo.
Sorry, I'm just saying Theo's
going to be the starter. Ozzy's going to be the swing.
So Theo's been playing at the position. There's a reason for it, as well from the GM position, which is an interesting look, right? So, Theo's a year. He was drafted a year before Ozzy. He's a UDFA, which means he doesn't have the same type of ties to the team. Starting a UDFA and having him play well on what might be one of the better offensive lines in the league right now is a very interesting prospect. If they don't decide to have him stick around over the course of the next couple of years, building him up now and trading him off for capital is definitely something in the cards. So there's a different way of looking at that too. Ozzy has talent. They want to start him. My thoughts is Theo runs runs the show until the offseason for the most part, and then they go back to competition again. If Ozzy beats him out, he takes a job, and that still bodes very well for Theo Benedet and the Chicago Bears, potentially in trade case scenario.
Hey, kids, you know what this comes down to? You have to look at it this way. That don't mean you have to, but I'm just going to offer this as a perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it this way. How well were we doing before Theo got nicked up? How well was Theo doing before he got nicked up? How well was the team doing before Theo got nicked up? How well was Theo doing before he got nicked up?
To be honest,
I would say he was above average, and I don't think you fuck with that just because he got hurt and somebody had a good game. Ozzy hasn't shown that he can do that for back-to-back games like Theo just did.
Yeah. So you just nailed something, and I never really thought about it this way. So I'm gonna say something. You guys can refute it after I say it, but this team was losing before he got that job. When he got that job at left tackle, the entire season changed. Just putting it out there.
Theo, when he got took over at left tackle.
Game 1, Braxton Jones. Game 2, Braxton Jones. Game 3, Theo Benedet. This entire team changes.
And the worm did turn.
You know
what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be so fast to get him out of that position. I would definitely ride the Canadian Eagle right to the Super Bowl if that's where we're headed. But we'll see. You know,
but guess what? This is not a bad problem to have, as they say. You know, the kids say.
You're damn straight.
And it also got to remember that Theo, he was he dinged up in his rookie year. He got dinged up now. Now, granted, his practice is full participation, but the game's Friday, and then you get 10 days off after that. Do you give Ozzy another start just to give Theo just a little more time to get his body right?
No.
So that's an interesting case. Right now, though, the thing right now is we just stepped in a pile of shit, right? With respect to this schedule, and we got about 4 weeks to clean the shit off our shoe. These next few weeks are definitely tough. It starts right now, and I think it's all hands on deck right now, if at all possible. Jaylon Johnson, I'm sorry, you had surgery. You're ready. You're saying you're ready to go. Let's go, brother. Kyler Gordon, you're feeling it. You're saying you're ready to go. We need you. Tremaine, I'm sorry, you're gone. What can we do? Like, we're hurting in many areas there, just to sort of consider it all. But that's my thoughts, man. That's like it's all hands on deck right now.
Let me answer Lawrence Kennedy's question. He says, Nomad, would you rather have a guy that's proficient at run blocking or a guy that's better at pass?
Great question, Lawrence.
And that is a great question, Lawrence. My answer is this. I would say that the difference in those two in pass blocking ain't that much different. I would say Ozzy was better in this particular game than Theo was. You know, it's a great pass blocking performance that Ozzy just put forth, and you can't take anything away from that guy. But that's what I'm saying, Lawrence, is that's one game, and you got a stretch of several games that you can grade Theo on and just kind of gauge, if Ben Johnson and the offensive coordinator, the offensive line coach have a conversation, they're going to say Ozzy had a great game. This is my opinion. He had a great game. But can we count on this? Can we just snatch?
Well, that's not the question, though, Matt.
No, what you saying?
The question is, would you rather have a LT that is more proficient in run blocking or pass blocking?
He's trying to make the difference between the two.
Well, no, just which would you prefer?
So
a run blocking heavy left tackle or a pass blocking heavy left tackle?
I'll answer the question. Under normal pretenses, the answer is pass blocking. That should be the answer. Like I'll be frank here. My thoughts for this season, this is a season where we're trying to allow the rookie quarterback to grow into who he is. In order to do that, we need to have a sound run game. And if the difference between the two is that the run game becomes sound and something that you can lean on, and that has worked, you keep it simple, stupid, right? Like that's
now don't
where I
keep
think we
it
are.
simple. Look at Scrolls' comment there.
When you have a franchise quarterback to protect, pass pro always trumps run back. And again, I'm fully with you. The same token, you need to have a run game in order to take the onus of the game off of the rookie quarterback's shoulders. We don't want him to be Superman every set of downs. We want to be able to say, hey, DeAndre, hey, Kyle, take the rock, get us into third and manageable. So again, he doesn't have to be Superman. And that's been the formula. And like that's the formula for this week. That's been the formula all season.
I gotta say this. We're splitting hairs because we're fans just like everybody else is. I'm no different than nobody else, no matter how much football I may or may not understand. We're all fans and we have our preferences. What I'm trying to say to you all is maybe the body of work is more important than your urgency to see another fucking football player out on the field. The body of work favors Theo.
Right now, for sure.
Well, just by what, like 4 games?
It's no. Again, he's been in there since he's only missed 1 game, and he's been in there since.
What do you think a coach is going to lean on? The body of work or 1 game?
I'll guarantee that Ben Johnson is leaning towards what he's seen over the course of a season. But like even in the chat, this is a very interesting conversation because not only did Ozzy play very well at the LT this week, but the kid for the most part shut down Max Crosby. And the facts are, Theo had a hell of a time dealing with Max Crosby in that game. He had a hell of a time doing it. Didn't look good, and all of a sudden, Ozzy came in, handled Max, and they moved Theo to the left. And next thing you know, the offensive line starts to flourish, and it flourishes for weeks on end after that. So I'm not trying to take anything away from Ozzy Trapilo. I'm under the impression that he becomes sorry, Canadian. I think he will be the starting left tackle for the Chicago Bears in 2026. I expect that to be the case. Hell, I expected that to be the case in 2025. Guess he wasn't quite ready yet to do that. Give the kid the season to get to where he needs to get to. And right now, I think we have a working situation with the Canadian Eagle, and I would not mess with that at all. Well, you know what I mean? I wouldn't ruin that chemistry just to test it out.
Not to be sitting here trying to agree with you, but just to take you back a little bit, just remember how this shit played out in training camp. Ozzy was kind of pegged to get in there and get all the starting left tackle reps, and he was getting them.
He got them.
And he was getting them, and then it didn't work out, and they just ejected him and put him over on the right side and said that he wasn't ready. That wasn't, okay, we're done with him at left tackle. That meant that he wasn't ready to take them reps over there now. So during the course of the season, somehow, practice makes a difference.
It sure does.
And during the season, he's gotten better over on the left side and became a viable swing tackle. And when Theo went down and they had to bring another guy up, it was trial by fire for Ozzy Trapilo. And he proved that
he's doing well.
You have to consider me now. But just know that's just a consideration at this point, because Trips, if it was you and you sitting in a room with the offensive coordinator and you're figuring out the game plan, if you're Ben Johnson, and your offensive line coach is telling you, hey, he's making a lot of gains and he played well in this game. Let me show you where he made some gains. Looking at the film, okay, at the end of the day, coach, it's your decision. I just told you everything that I know, everything that I saw. If you're Coach Ben Johnson, what would you do under the circumstances, Trip?
Well, I obviously want to win now. I want the best player to play, but I also have to consider the development, because if you look at the way that this coaching staff on both sides of the ball have brought the rookies along, every week they've gotten more and more responsibilities, as I'm sure they've gotten more and more knowledge and comfortable with the offense, and the coaching staff more comfortable with them. It took Ozzy a minute to get on the field to get comfortable, but now that he's there, I mean, we have a limited body of work. But the Max Crosby example, Ozzy was a night and day better difference, in that game, apples to the same apples, oranges to the same oranges.
It's true.
And then you look at this pass game against the Steelers, and not once was it, kind of like, a pressure got to worry about Williams's backside. It was like Ozzy was cool. And somebody else mentioned, just not to beleaguer this conversation so we can move on, but there was somebody in the chat saying, as an offense, you can control to which side you run to, right, left, or middle. On the defense, you can't control where they're going to blitz you from. So you got to be able, or rush you from. So you got to be able to have comfort in knowing that your franchise quarterback is going to be protected on his blind side. And a few times, Theo's pass pro, when he gets out over his feet and starts leaning, and those rushers just go right around him, to his credit, he turns and he tries to get back after him. But several times with Theo at left tackle, there were free rushers at Caleb's back, but him doing his thing, he spun out of it. Ozzy didn't have that problem.
Yeah. Look, just so we
Fly,
can
Eagles fly. Eagles fly higher.
Just for the sake of us ending this conversation, we can pick holes in the situation, but at the end of the day, the coaches will decide. They're going to tell you exactly what they think, and I'll put dollars to anybody's dimes is going to be Theo if he's healthy.
Yeah, and see, and like, yo, cloud chasers of me are always kind of line of sight, man. This is exactly my thoughts on the issue. Give me the Canadian Eagle to finish the season and flip him for picks going into 2026 season. Like, that's what a real GM does. He plays he plays the undrafted free agent that he paid absolutely nothing to get. He turns him into a third-round pick going into this coming draft, and then you got some things going on. Like, that's I think you can do that.
G-Man's comment might be as powerful or more. He says the coach usually doesn't put someone else in for a starter that missed one game.
Yeah.
However, I think it's the same thing, man. He probably is going to be the starter next year.
He should be. They invested a second in that.
Theo have majorly raised his value. He's made himself some money. I think that.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, because flipping him for a third, I'm all over that, because now you draft another tackle, or you get a free agent. You still got Mills on the roster. I believe that Jordan Mills. You're still developing him. So if you can go from a UDFA to a third round pick or whatever, the way he's played as many teams that are left tackle needy, he's proven that he has value to a team.
This is what I'm saying. He's already a commodity. You play, and let's really look at this, right? Like, the real view is this was probably the 32nd ranked offensive line in the NFL a year ago, right? Like, this was the pits. UDFA left tackle, this offensive line is now ranked in the top 10.
By the way, kids, these are the best pockets I've seen in 20 years as being a Bears fan.
Easily, without a shadow of a doubt, since maybe Olin Kreutz and Kyle Long were here together. That's probably like the last time you saw something like this. It's been a very long time. So the amount of left tackles that are required in the NFL is huge. People are always looking for them. A third round pick it's peanuts for an LT that's caliber, that can actually help you in the NFL. Boy, I think the Eagles proved it. I think any team would flip a third for him, and I think that's solid effing gold for Ryan Poles, right? Like, that's my thoughts. You let the kid ride, and the better he plays, the better your potential return on investment.
Rock on.
Yeah, man. Where we going next, man? We got all kinds of bodies. Let the bodies hit the flow. There's bodies all over the place.
Hey man, did y'all see that injury like Hippolyte when he got hurt? I thought he was concussed, but they're saying it's a shoulder. It was on a Darnell Washington was pulling to the right on that goal line play, and Hippolyte was coming in off of the right tackle, and he caught the full force of Darnell Washington to his head and his upper body area, and he went down and he didn't get back up.
Well, so we don't have to go there. My bad. I had to run in the other room real quick. Just so for the sake of time, man, we're almost 3 hours into it. I don't want to keep too many people here on Thanksgiving Eve. I'm glad y'all still rocking with us. Love y'all.
So remember, Nomad, it's Thanksgiving Eve. What they call it? Is it Wet Wednesday? Isn't that what they call it? Because tonight is a night where everybody gets toe down and toasted.
I just,
the tradition.
I ain't trying to wear out my welcome with the people. I'm just,
Oh, true. Yeah, but just be aware that it's a whole lot of people viewing right now that's turning up.
Okay. I'll tell you what.
Drinking. Oh man, I guess maybe I should have got into that scotch.
Let's get to the meat of the conversation that ain't left tackle, and that is and then if we need to fill in some blanks with some of these other guys and talk about them, that's cool. But let's get to the meat first, and that's Jaylon and Kyler.
Yeah, man. Asterisk. Looks like we have cornerbacks again, brothers. Unfortunately, we're still shy about four linebackers. So I'm going to postulate something crazy. I'm under the impression that we're going to see C.D. Johnson lined up as a linebacker.
C.D. Deuce.
I think he lines up as a linebacker, man.
Don't talk things you don't know, because that's a whole conversation with me, kids. Now you know that. Because dime packages, different.
So we play and him on the field. I think that's a destructive force.
Yeah. You got. I saw 3 safeties on the field multiple times when we had to get off the field on certain downs. You're doing downs and distances, third downs, and end the game situations. They had Elijah Hicks on the field. They had Jaquan Brisker, the last play of the game for the defense. Elijah Hicks, Kevin Byrd, and Jaquan Brisker at the line of scrimmage. So that's kind of like a big dime package.
Wait a second now. So they're playing Elijah Hicks basically as a linebacker as well?
In that situation, yeah, you can call him a linebacker based on how he was aligned.
Okay.
And so that's what sometimes you can do funky shit like that when you got a lot of DBs. Yeah, you got a lot of DBs that can play some hella football, but particularly when you have DBs that can play well at the line of scrimmage, that gives you options as a coach. And so Kyler coming back and Jaylon coming back just makes the defense more dynamic. It doesn't mean that, we need to argue about who needs to be the starter. Should it be Nashon Wright? Should it be forget all that shit. It's about situational football. And situational football, guess who has the trump card? Pardon the pun. It's fucking Dennis Allen with all them goddamn DBs he's had. You got a lot of options now.
Okay, now Nomad. Question. Now this is basically Jaylon's, first action all season and Kyler's first action in a month and a half. How many plays do you think they'll get? What percentage of these game reps?
That's interesting because right now I think you put them, if you're going to put them out there, you're going to put them out there right now and stress test them. You're going to put them both out there and say, hey, you're going to be the starter, you're going to be the starter. So it'll be Kyler starting at nickel. You're going to have Jaylon starting at right corner. And until they can't take it, you leave them out there. There's only one way to get in football shape. I don't give a shit what them two been doing on the sidelines or in the facility. It doesn't matter. Until you play real NFL football, down in, down out, you're not in football shape yet. And so the only way to get in football shape is to do what?
Play football.
Exactly.
So does this mean that we're looking at Nashon Wright at left cornerback?
Nashon Wright's going to be a backup if Jaylon's
out. Who's starting at left cornerback?
I don't think he's going to be a backup, brother.
I think
Tyreek is out.
If Tyreek's healthy, he's a go.
Tyreek's not healthy though.
So Tyreek's a DMP right now for the past 2 days. he has been going out like he needs to rest. Like this is almost we're gonna have the same conversation we just had a minute ago about.
If you look at it that way, you got to think about who's been taking what reps where. Have you seen fucking Nashon Wright go to the other side of the field yet?
No, that's
no, because there's nobody to make him go over there.
So have you seen Jaylon Johnson play on the other side?
No,
but they haven't been on the field together. Well, but hold on. Here's the thing. Trip. You're looking at either Nashon Wright or Nick McLeod starting at left cornerback because Tyreek is out. He's a DNP right now, and he's been dinged up. And you got Jaylon. He's a right cornerback. We already know this. He's always on that side. Mm-hmm. And you got Kyler at nickel. That's so who's going to start at left cornerback?
I'm going to be honest with you. If Jaylon, if they put Jaylon on the right side, I'd be hella surprised. That means they're doing some reps that we can't see, and they should be doing that kind of thing. And if you feel like that, to agree with you two guys, the right thing to do under that circumstance, if Tyreek is out, is give Jaylon some reps on the other side because Nashon has played so well on the left side.
Can Jaylon play the left side?
I think you're confused.
Jaylon's talking about the right side.
Jalen's playing the left.
No. You don't want to move. Johnson always plays the right cornerback.
No, right? Jaylon always. Okay, you got to look at it from
the right defensive right.
From the safety back, from the safety on. Yeah. You got to look at Nashon's on the right. All right, if we're looking from the safety down.
We're looking at the offense.
Yeah.
Looking at the offense, Nashon's on the right.
Cool. As well as Nashon is playing, if I'm the coach, if it's that situation, he's the guy I'm probably not going to move. I'm going to challenge my $1 million cornerback if that's the case.
I would put Jaylon Johnson on for Tyreek Stevenson and give Tyreek the week to rest. It's got nothing to do with capability. It has to do with availability. He's going into these games and going out in the first quarter. And I got, again, nothing. There's nothing wrong with that to me, except for the fact that the young man's hurt and he needs a minute to get back. So give him that minute, give him that opportunity, especially right now. This means he'll get this week, and it's kind of like a mini bye from Friday to next week Sunday. Give him a little time to get back into action, and we'll see what happens there next week, man. Because I honestly don't know what happens after this week. After this week, it's a question. It's a question mark, y'all. I don't know. I don't know what happens. Who starts?
If Tyreek is healthy and he's a starter, Nashon's going to be a backup.
Yeah, I can understand that. But behind Jaylon and Tyreek with Nashon being a backup, I get that. But the question becomes, who's the starter opposite Jaylon if he's on the right side? But you're suggesting that you keep Wright on the right side, not right tackle Wright on the right side, but defensive back Nashon Wright on the right cornerback, and then put Jaylon coming back on the left side. And then you're going to have McLeod ready because, 100% of the snaps is going to be a big ask for both of those guys coming back.
It's like a coach looks at things in a certain way. It's like you talking about Nashon Wright, with all respect to him. You're talking about a guy that they didn't even consider him as a starter when he was just hoping to make the team. And now all of a sudden he's ascended to a starting role because of injuries. And not only has he ascended to the starting role, that's why I gave him so much respect when we was having the in-game watch. He has ascended at every turn. He's had his moments, but holy shit, has he played well. And he's played all right cornerback reps. If a guy's playing that well under the circumstances, the last thing a coach wants to do is to move him around and put him under some more pressure. He's playing well right now at that. If he's not playing that, it better be a damn nuclear disaster before I put him on the other side. But
do you think he can play left?
Yeah, of course he can.
Okay.
It just wouldn't be smart to do that to him at this point in the season when he's playing so well on the other side.
Okay. Shit. What is this?
South Bronx.
South Bronx. What up, brother?
Shout out to KRS-One and
BKL.
brother BKL, man. Shout out to both y'all.
I
Thanks for coming
appreciate
through. Thanks for coming through to the Eagles, to Eagles Fly Higher as well. And I guess the alliance is over. It's on now officially.
Hey, kids,
It's
ain't
on.
no maniacs. You know what other bird you can cook similar to a turkey?
An eagle. I
Ding,
wouldn't
ding,
be.
ding, ding, ding,
I wouldn't
ding.
be eating
Look
no
at
eagles,
you.
but
And it's cool. You can say that because that
you know
would be
what?
illegal here in the domestic United States. But your elbows up, so you can fry that eagle. You can
Okay.
fricassee that eagle. You can bake that eagle. You can do whatever you want to that eagle. You enjoy
we
that
call it?
delicious eagle.
we
But in
not
this
cooking-
time, it's
We're not
gonna be the
cooking
dirty eagle.
no fucking Eagles on the show.
You know what we
Brother
call
BKL, welcome in, bro.
what we call American Eagles in Canada?
What?
Canadian Eagles.
All right. I tell you what, man. You know what? Another thing that we should talk about real quick is that's the linebackers before we get out of this Bears conversation and how well they played. I was so damn impressed by the way them dudes played. First half was a little spotty, but that second half, in particular, DeMarco Jackson. I remember when we signed him. I think I remember talking to kids about him, and I was just like, "Dog, you don't underestimate this guy, man. This guy's played with Dennis Allen, and he's a very aggressive linebacker. Runs and hits like an MFer. It's the kind of guy that you don't really want to have in coverage, but if you got to have him out there, I think Dennis Allen's confident in him. But man, when they had to have it, man, I'm telling you, the second half of that football game, without DeMarco Jackson, we don't win that game.
Well, he got cussed out, man. He got cussed out in the locker room at halftime. You know what it was.
Oh yeah, he probably
they
did.
made adjustments too at halftime on the calls because it looked like in the first half the linebackers looked like they were biting inside the tackles more,
Big
and
time.
we didn't know if that was by design or they were just jumping the wrong gaps. So whatever happened at halftime, whether it was ass chewing or a tactical adjustment, the second half, DeMarco Jackson was kind of like, man, this dude is bringing it. It's like he's doing, a Noah Sewell kind of impersonation, because he's good against the run, a little sus against the pass, but he's bringing it.
Hey, Trips, you remember when I said at halftime, somebody got to be in there trying people's manhood?
Yeah, challenging them.
Yeah, it had to get to that level. If you got to get stole on, you got to get hit in your mouth, you got to hit in your eye. Don't matter. You better try one of these motherfuckers and make them get to their level. These are professional linebackers, man. And I don't know what happened in that locker room, but I guarantee you something similar to what I said happened.
DeMarco Jackson came out with his hair on fire. That's what happened at the end of the day. The third and the fourth quarter, my boy was playing lights out.
Amon did too, by the way.
Man,
shout out to Amon Agbagbamiga. Ain't nobody talking about Amon.
Agbagbamiga went in the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and started doing this. Amen. Amen. Getting himself hyped up because
he just started his own chant all by himself.
15 tackles over the game. That's what he had. 15 tackles or something like that.
Well, that's the one thing he like. They were really looking at putting him in that will position anyways to some degree. They wanted to give him some looks, but he's been hurt for so long, he never had the opportunity. When he got back, I wouldn't be pulling Noah Sewell off the field or TJ or Tremaine. It's just me. If you need a breather here and there, maybe you look at Amon, but Amon becomes a special teams body again. And what is he known for? Chasing you down and putting your ass in the dirt. Like that's what the kid will do. He's a tackling machine. So cleanup man comes in and he does exactly that. I'm impressed by what he put on this week. I kind of expect to see it again this week too, but I think that we're going to get, like I think Cloud Chasers put it down in the chat, but I think we're going to see a little bit of C.D. Johnson in that linebacker core or in like a dime package. It's either CD or Jaquan Brisker, and that was the other
certain downs, kid. I wouldn't get
other idea.
there's gonna be this challenge that's gonna come to the Chicago Bears. They're gonna stress test these linebackers just the way the Steelers did. They're gonna come at us with the running backs. They're gonna come at us with Saquon and whoever his backup is, and they're gonna see if these linebackers can do it again because they probably looking at that tape and just like, oh, okay, they really was selling out in this game. And I don't know if people realize, man, but playing that game when everybody's a fucking living muscle. Hold on for a second, because we just got a certain thing just happened, and I got to give them some love. Thank you, Cloud Chasers Radio. Anybody want to read it? Go right ahead.
I got you. Big ups Cloud Chasers Radio for the $5 super chat. I hate how people bring up the quarterbacks we've played or teams we've played like they're not playing our practice like they're not playing our practice squad defense. I'm so with you on this. I was listening and like, yeah, all right. So I was listening to Chris Broussard and Danny Parkins and them boys there earlier today. And Chris Broussard is not a believer, and that's fine. You don't have to be a believer, Chris. Everybody kind of, except for Danny and I can't remember the other homie's name. But it'll come back to me. Chris Broussard is really poo-pooing on just the idea of who we've played and what their caliber is throughout this season. The Bears have not played a team that's caliber. Nobody's got a winning record. It's all trash that we've been playing. Hey, you know what? You play who's on your schedule. You win, lose, or draw. That's just how the game is played. But and then the next portion of it was, you know what? They got crushed by the Lions. Well, you know what? The Lions don't really look like they did in that game, and neither do the Bears. It's just kind of a factual statement. I don't think these are the same.
Wasn't that the first game of the damn season?
It was game number 2. We lost to Minnesota as well. But my point being, it took clearly 2 games for Ben Johnson to sort of get his impression to be felt by this team, and most importantly, to get the team to start to believe in itself. And I'm going to really get to the crux of the issue now. Belief. It ain't even about the fans. It ain't about y'all, me, these guys, right? It's about that team, that locker room, that group of human beings, and their single, wholehearted belief in their abilities and themselves right this moment, game on game. And we're seeing it unfold every week, and it's mind-blowing. So it ain't about the opponent. I think the real opponent on Friday is the actual Chicago Bears, not the Philadelphia Eagles. I think the opponent is the Chicago Bears. They can only beat themselves.
Preach.
I think they come out as the victors because they believe in themselves.
And now we'll pick you up with the musical accompaniment from the choir, as remember the movie Car Wash and Richard Pryor's character Daddy Rich. Ben Johnson rolled up in Hallis Call and said, "You got to believe in something. Why not believe in me?" And we see that belief going on in the way that, from the top of the roster guys that are like Montez Sweat is coming along and standing out more, all the way to the churn of the lower end of the roster, like your Dom Rob, who went out with a little concussed. Hopefully he'll be all right. To the new free agent signings, practice squad guys and signings are
and
all
rookies too.
Hey, if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna break this down the right way. Thank you, Cloud Chasers, for your support. We don't get that many super chats around here, so I want to make sure we thank you, man. I want to say this about the quarterback and people that's criticizing the quarterback. And I'm one of those people that don't really give too much credence to any of that. You know what I mean? I watch what I see and I believe what I see. And the truth is, if we're going to get to reach that next level, and we got a plateau to cross right now, and that is, we got the team, we got the kind of makeup, the character makeup of the team to get us through that plateau. The quarterback he's been progressing well, and I watch the tape and know the things that he's progressed well at. Different things that I can say right now, but just to put it in a nutshell, for us to cross the plateau that we have to cross, the Eagles being the starter of that, you gotta take your quarterback into the next level, and that is delivering and taking advantage of the opportunities given to you. So some of the criticisms that Caleb is getting, some of them is probably some bullshit. I don't even know exactly who's been saying what about Caleb, and don't care. But I just know what I see on film, and I see progression, a lot of progression. Now, for him to get to that next level, yes, he has to cross that plateau right with this team, and he's got to take his quarterback into the next level, and that is not wasting opportunities. That's probably the biggest thing that I can tell you guys. Not fucking opportunities off. Take advantage of every opportunity given, because the next level of football is going to start happening to them, because people are going to want to make their move for the playoffs. So you're going to see another level of football play. Everything that you've seen so far has been really, in NFL standards, average football. The next level is going to start this Friday. You're going to see a whole other level of these teams and what they can bring to the table. Every fucking player is going to bring their every best effort to the game. And so you're going to really have to step it up a notch. And that goes for Caleb, that goes for Rome, that goes for DJ, that goes for Javon, that goes for every motherfucker on this team. They all got to step it up a level. And so the criticisms, I take it in stride. I really do. I don't think no more of it than this motherfucker sitting around talking about sometimes you don't even know about, but they just talking. You know what I mean? So it's not, fuck all them criticisms about Caleb. That dude's progressive.
But this is where the story changes, brother. There's not, folks ain't criticizing Caleb Williams anymore. They kind of know what he is. I think we all do as well. And I'm just gonna sit here and say, like, the conversations you and I have behind the scenes is a different thing. I believe Caleb Williams will look like a different quarterback come 2026, and I think the world will be very impressed. Not that they shouldn't be impressed today. The real criticism that we're getting is that the quarterbacks that we've played have either played like ass against, right? They've either played like ass or they've been hurt and injured and things along those lines. The other major, and this was a big one, the other major shade that was thrown was with respect to the defense. So here's the thing. They're saying that the defense is maybe the 32nd, I think it was the 27th ranked with the DVOA with respect to points getting defense, right? The defense doesn't score points. I don't give a rat's ass about that. And there's a reason why I don't care about that particular stat. It's a great stat. If your defense is scoring points, you're doing very well. You are. The fact is, this is the league. I believe it's the league leading turnover team. If we're taking away at the highest rate, then the offense can score. Unfortunately, that's not happening enough. We need to do that every time we get a turnover. And if that can be done, this team, I think, goes a lot further than this guy's been saying all season, because we are now at the true test. This next 4 weeks should prove to everybody really who these Chicago Bears are. Are they, this week, I think the song and dance being done by Bears fans and the commentating world out there, whether Bears focused or national media, I think the narrative changes with a win against the Super Bowl defending champions. I think the entire narrative changes, and I can't wait to see it.
Hey, kids, I'm gonna just, you right. I just know this, man. There's another, I'm gonna say it one more time, there's another level of football that can be played. And I believe, just to end this Bears conversation, so we can get to some of this other stuff that needs to be talked about, there's another level that we're going to have to reach, and that's the challenge. Can you reach? There's another level of intensity that you're going to see. I'm not saying that you're going to see that this week from the Eagles, but the Eagles are going to bring their best. Eagles are used to Shout out to Crimson, who just, man, shout out to you, bro. Shout out. Super duper shout out. We have to, it's levels to the shit, man. It ain't, there's no other way to put it. There's levels to this, and we have a plateau to go over here. We have to. And Caleb is part of that, and so is everybody else on the team. Everybody's got to step their level up, because you know what? Every other team, we ain't surprising no fucking body no more. Now everybody's just like, man, the Bears are good. Hold up, man. Nah, I don't believe it. They're gonna want to come in here and take our head off. But we can't let that happen. That's why everybody's got to step their goddamn level up. That's what we are right now. We're in a playoff push, and everybody's looking around. Why is everybody talking about the Bears? The Bears is Chicago Bears is Chicago Bears, and all the narratives that's been around the Chicago Bears. Let's just slap these motherfuckers around and put them in their place.
Ben Johnson, the destroyer of narratives, brother. He's crushing them. And the best part of all this, the most chef's kiss sweet part. Green Bay's a little bit frightened right now. I know them Packers fans out there listening to the show right now. FGB, y'all a little bit frightened about what's been happening in Illinois with this Bears team under Ben Johnson. You're a little bit worried that things ain't going to go the way that they have traditionally gone for your team. And I'm super pleased by that. That's a great thing.
All right.
I embrace that.
Just to close it up, one last thing. Hey, this stretch of football is the most important football in the world. You know, everything that you've seen thus far, all the tight wins and all the ways that we figured out how to do the damn thing. That's one thing, but it's, what have you done for me lately? It starts right now. This game Friday is going to be a true litmus test. That's why I put on the thumbnail. This is the test of tests. It's got to happen right now. I don't care what you think of whoever. I don't care what you think of whoever. This is the shit right now. And let's see who steps their level up. And we can talk about it afterwards. But that's, any last thoughts? Let's be really quick, and we're going to get up out of here.
I'll just leave it on this note. Bears fans, believe it, bruh. That's it. Believe it. It's happening, and it's a thing of beauty.
Well, and then we'll leave it on this. Well, I'll leave it on this. And this being Crimson's comment. Fun fact. Caleb Williams has more passing TDs than Jordan Love and more receiving TDs than Matthew Golden. FGB.
That's cold, Crimson. That's a cold ass stat.
All right, man. We can talk about Chicago Bears for, of course, until we fucking pass out on the show. But we do have to do other things, man. And that is starting with this. So really quick, let me say this, man, to everybody watching the show. We don't do the doomsday preppers thing for nothing. We don't do the paranormal stuff for nothing. We do these things for people so that people will take another perspective on the life that they live and the societies that they live in. Kez is in Canada, we're in the United States, and I'm not saying that Kez's perspective is any different than us in the United States. It's probably the same in the way they see it, and doesn't matter. But the thing is, it's about stability. And how stable do you think governments are, whether it be the United States, whether it be Canada, whether it be France, Germany, anywhere around the world? How stable do you think the situation is? And if things break down, what's your backup plan? And I think that's just that's the energy of where we're taking this to. What is your backup plan? Have you thought out, have you gamed out if things totally like people have all their money in freaking stocks and bonds and different currencies and all kinds of different investments. And if these things crash, where are they? And so the backup plan, from a human standpoint, is tangible things that you can put your hands on that you know that you can rely on. This is a root cellar. This is the outside of a root cellar. This is Trips's little segment. So I had to introduce it that way, Trips, but you can go ahead.
Yeah, so this is obviously the outside there. This looks like a DIY joint. You need a shovel or something to dig with, some cinder blocks and rocks and mortar. You put it all together, and you can store your fruits, vegetables throughout the winter with no need for refrigeration because it's subterranean. It's cooled by the earth. And over the top, you can see that there's rock, earth, dirt, grass. So it's not getting baked by the sun, so it stays cool all year long. So it's a nice storage place for your food stores. And it
So
can be discreet out on some property. You could attach one to your house if you just own the property, depending on obviously your setup and your housing rules and all that fun stuff. But there's something that you can dig on your property if you have it, and you could also use it as some people do as a storm shelter down in Tornado Alley.
so this is basically a mound of dirt, and you dig into that mound of dirt. This is what the build looks like. Let me take the other one off the screen. Give me a second. I screwed that up, but I'll fix it. This is what the build looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously you see where a cat, some kind of caterpillar, some kind of tractor came, and you can see the claw marks in the earth, digging that out. And then somebody has to get down in there with that ladder. And there's two ways to do things like this. The first way is the wrong way, just digging that hole out and just stacking all your goods in this thing and expecting everything to be okay because you feel comfortable because you dug out the hole. And there's another way to do it, and that is this, and that is the right way, and that's securing the walls of your dig. So if you're going to go through this much work to secure whatever goods you have as a root cellar, then you should go the extra mile and make sure you bring in what you need to secure those walls so it doesn't cave in on you. Because what happens to earth when earth gets soft, it fucking will cave in.
Right. So if there's a rainstorm or it gets wet for some reason, instead of the walls of your root cellar turn into mud and just washing away, now you have a cinder block walls, and they're going to put a foundation in there to keep the earth back, to keep the critters and the insects out, and then the concrete, the cinder blocks as well, will keep that subterranean temperature, which is, what is it down there? You think like 60 some degrees, 50 some degrees, or whatever it is, but that will keep it cool. And then you have a tarp over it to keep it waterproof as well, as somebody just mentioned. So it will be secure from all of the elements.
That's right. And another thing that's important with this is definitely the roof structure. So if somebody like you saw the face of that thing where it's dug out of a hole, I mean a heap of dirt, you think you don't have to make any kind of roof structure on the inside of it, but that heap of dirt can be in your bed, in your lap, and on you, and you have to dig out of that if you don't make the proper roof structure. So you need beams, you need structure poles alongside of you. Need to brace that thing. You need to brace that thing. So if you're gonna go this route, and so the reason why this is important is because a lot of people don't have basement strips. And I learned that when I went to the South. So a lot of people down there that don't have basements. There's a lot of ranch style homes from Atlanta on down. It's a lot of ranch style homes. And these people ain't really prepared for something like this. And these are the things that you might need to do to make sure that you got food prepared and food saved away for yourself, man. And this is what it looks like once I take this down.
Well, yeah, because remember, the actual name is a root cellar, and then they had storm cellars, and then they have another kind of cellar, like a wine cellar. So they're not basements like we would call them or know them. These had specific things that they were for. And like you can see in this picture now, this is I would say the finished product of that door that we saw, and then the hole with the claw marks. This has been sealed with the floor, with the concrete, with the cinder blocks, and I'm sure it's been waterproofed, and it's all reinforced. And so now you have a stable, solid structure underground, that's waterproof, that you can store your food down there and don't have to worry about anything getting down there to eat it. So you can see some of the things that they have in this picture. On the right side, they have the shelving units that you build in there. And they have all their canned goods. And no, I'm sorry, these are all glass goods, things that they've jarred. Probably right there on the property. Looks like pickles right here close, and then all of the different items along the way. Then on the bottom, you got your root vegetables down there that will keep very for a while. And then what is that in the back there in those bins?
I was waiting on you to stop so I can talk about that. Those are potatoes back there.
Okay, there you go.
And a pro tip for people that grow and people that want to preserve their harvest late into the winter and into the spring when you start growing again, potatoes will age well if you have a basement, you don't have anything to worry about, especially if you have a temperature controlled basement. Even if you don't have a temperature controlled basement, it's going to be cool. If you have a cool basement, you don't have to worry about any of this because you can do all of this and some. But if you don't, and you need to, this is in order to keep potatoes over an entire winter, you're going to need some dirt. And so if you want to keep potatoes for a while, you're going to get some dirt, you're going to get some earth, and you're going to put it on top of those potatoes. They just did this for the picture. For whatever picture they had to take, they did not show you how you maintain and preserve potatoes over a winter. Those potatoes will not stay healthy out in the light like that. You have to put dirt on those potatoes so they feel like they're growing. And those things will absolutely grow eyes. They will grow stems and stalks out of those potatoes. I did it 2-3 years in a row. So that some about that dirt, I'm talking about, you can do that with carrots, you can do that with potatoes, any root vegetable, beets, carrots, potatoes, anything you can think of that grows in the dirt, you can put under the dirt through the winter and it will survive and you will have food all that winter.
And now some of the things that it looks like a couple bushels of apples back there, some squash. So you got your garden, which you don't consume, you put in the root cellar, and you have it all winter. Now, somebody, Crimson saying that's learn to forage and cultivate food because stockpiling isn't sustainable, and that's true. But this is not a shelter that is like a prepper type thing to me. This is more just a family out in the country that is stock. This is their pantry. You know what I mean? This is their cellar, because when you go into some of the country places that have farms, this is their store. So they don't go to a supermarket throughout the year. They go to their basement throughout the winter time. And in the summer, they replenish it by growing it. And in the city, this wouldn't last, because as soon as your neighbor gets hungry and find out you got some food, your neighbor's coming over there trying to get some of that food by hook or by crook. You know what I mean? So if they know that you got a garden, it's like, oh, wait, I know that Nomad got a garden and I'm hungry too. Yeah, I'm going up in his garden. So now it's up to you to how you protect your garden, how you protect your root cellar, and how you protect your property.
let me speak to Crimson, man, because Crimson is about as right as I've ever heard him. Because the truth is, I'm leaking in that department about foraging and learning things that grow naturally and knowing what's good, what's not good. I do leak in that department, Crimson. So thank you for that comment. Absolutely right. I can definitely step my game up in that category for sure. I'm talking about how in bare bones human beings on this earth that have a place, right? That have somewhere. What are they gonna do if situation gets tight and critical? First thing people do is they start hoarding and start basically, you know, bucking up and trying to make sure that their home, their whatever their homestead is, wherever that is, whether it's a house, wherever they live at, they're going to try to fortify what they have in their home space. And if they have to go out and forage, that's where Crimson would be right. Make sure you got your game right. And if you have to go outside of your house, know what to get and what not to get. He's fucking right about that. And I'm leaking in that department. But most people, their instincts are going to try to fortify home because I don't want to leave my home. Everything is here and I
Right.
want to stay here. And so I'm just speaking to those people.
Yeah, but those people eventually got to know that that stuff's going to run out. So you got to have a plan for when that happens. Who is this? Patrick Higgins. Do you guys in Chicago or any city for that matter have a plan to get out and someplace to go if something goes down? And that's going to be a challenge because, well, in Chicago specifically, you got several million people, all trying to survive, and then that means that there is no, let's say, law and order. So getting out, that's going to be rough. You saw Judgment Night with Cuba Gooding Jr. and Charlie Sheen's brother Emilio Estevez. I mean, you got to fight your way out, and that was on the west side of the city, and that was just a very small thing. So if you are in someplace in the country where you can have this stuff, that's fine. But just know, even in the country, your neighbors would be like, I wonder if they got a pound of sugar I can borrow. And
I tell you, I tell you a hidden secret to being in a place like Chicago that most people would probably look at that situation like, oh hell no, that's the last place I would want to be. Here's one of the hidden gems to Chicago and the land that we live on here in Illinois. It is filthy rich soil, number one. So you're gonna always be able to grow and eat. You're gonna always be able to grow, stockpile food, and if you know how to maintain food through a winter, you'll be able to eat. And the beautiful thing is, there's a lot of homes that are not lived in. There's a lot of abandoned shelters that are not lived in. All of those can become quasi greenhouses, quasi shelters for your food. You know what I mean? So let's just say you got 3 block radius and things went left and you start looking around, it's like fucking 12, 13, 15 fucking homes that's been nobody's been there, and it's pretty much all you gotta do is hit a piece of wood and the whole thing might fall down. One homes like that all around the place. If you look at it outside of the box, you can see opportunity there because there's nothing but black dirt up under. And so you can use these as quasi greenhouses to grow your shit. So it's not as bad as it might look because you're in a congested area. It's about how you utilize it.
And then also be aware that while people prep for many different disasters, one of which that can throw a monkey wrench in your whole program is seismic activity, as somebody mentioned, because Crimson is up there in the Northwest, Pacific Northwest, and they get a lot of rumble bumbles, because that's the north end of the San Andreas Fault, I believe, and that's a very active fault line. So even throughout the Midwest, we've had earthquakes here in the city in the Midwest. They haven't been, high Richter scale movers, but they've happened. So if you have a underground structure and something happens and it shakes up, just be aware that you could sustain damage or it could mess up your shelter. So even if you do have an underground shelter and you think you're all set, you got to have a backup plan in case the shelter gets destroyed, beyond your control.
Hey, you know what, man?
You
Crimson
muted, kids.
Crimson is tearing it up in here. He's talking about you can enrich soil, and that's a whole other conversation. I think I had this with you guys when I tell y'all how I gather my leaves every year out of my 2 big sugar maple trees, and I turn them into soil every year. Put them in my garden, and I turn them over in the dirt, and they become more dirt, and it definitely enriches the soil. So knowing those things, my sister's, her and her baby daddy. They ain't really her baby daddy. They together, but they not together. But
We
his
didn't
mom,
need all that information, but continue.
Friends with babies.
anyway,
What are we
his
talking
mom got in touch with me, and she was just like she was wanting to know how I keep getting bumper crops of vegetables, and she was just like, how you keep. And I told her, I was like, don't throw your leaves out. You use your leaves, put them back to the earth. That's where they belong. Enrich your soil, because you keep attacking that soil every year trying to plant your products, but you want to keep feeding that soil because beneath that soil, things that you can't see need those leaves to eat, and so
And you
that just keeps
also know,
nature
Matt,
going. What's that?
that's something else that will assist with that when you, let's say, have a tree that's blown down because of a storm, or you need to cut it because of just landscaping and what have you. Reuse that tree and chop it down and turn it into charcoal. It's not hard. You just get you a metal
Every year,
container, like a big garbage can even, and you put that wood inside of it, you seal it up, and then you put that container over heat that you got to keep fed for the course of a few hours. But then eventually, with a little exhaust hole to let the steam out from the inside of that barrel gets so hot that it dries out all of that wood and it becomes charcoal. Now you can use that in your garden. You can use that in your compost. You can use that with your worms. You can use that to filter your water. You can help use it to filter all the bacterias and all that stuff. So when nature blows something down, instead of looking at it as like, damn, now I got to find something to do with this old tree, reuse it into something that's beneficial for going forward.
and true that, Trips. But and shout out to Crimson for taking me there, because he's, man, again, that's dot spot on. Here's the thing about burning good natural wood and putting those things that does replenish your soil. Now the thing is about that is, let's just say you want to spread that. Let's just say you burn, like I do this every year. That's coming up next week or the week after that. I'm gonna burn all the shrubbery from around my house that came out of the trees, turn it into ash. Like usually I put it in one area. I'm lazy. I'm gonna go pour that thing right in one area because I don't want to have to walk too far to spread it out. If you put there's a certain chemical aspect to it that will cause, I don't know if it's too much sulfur. I don't know. I'm not that smart as far as that goes yet, but you can definitely damage one area of growth if you put too much of that ash in one area. It will oversaturate that one area and you won't get the growth out of that area in that season that you need out of it if you don't spread that shit out. So if you're going to put burnt burnt ash around your garden, you make sure you spread it out and don't put too much on there because too much is harmful.
Yeah, just like the same rules apply with manure, with any kind of fertilizer, with any kind of a natural pesticide. You got to spread it out evenly, just like you're prepping the earth to bear fruit to the seeds that you put in there. Those fruits and vegetables want to be healthy and as sweet as they can be and as healthy as they can be. So that means as much nutrients from the soil as they can be. And if you're not using soil, use those big tubs, those storage tubs, and rig those up with the soil and with the yard clippings and the ash. and grow in there on the inside with, LED grow lights. So whatever you do, however you treat it, reutilize those natural ingredients because those are highly beneficial to what you are trying to do. It's kind of like kids with a bay leaf, except he don't know how good the bay leaf is yet.
Yeah, Crimson's right though, man. You got to mix that carbon and nitrogen.
Mm-hmm.
You got to make
There's
sure the balance is right.
science involved.
It's like a pH balance
pH balances. There you go.
in your dirt. That's absolutely right. I had to learn that the hard way. I didn't realize that I was doing that until gardening is a lot of learning on your own and just being in touch with nature and being one with it. And you learn what and what not to do by experience. And you don't have you get a crop like you see on this image by experience and learning and just getting some know-how under your belt. There's no other way to do it. Figure out how to grow vegetables and grow them the right way. There's nothing harmful in that. Kids, any thoughts about this before we move to the next point?
No, not really. You guys are doing a bang up job. I was just impressed by the chat. There's a couple of ideas out there with respect to like the lake and living on the water, if that's really what you're saying. Like I saw some stuff about the yacht idea, like it would be the best possible escape, but none of us are Russian oligarchs, so there's that. You know what I mean? Gotta get me a yacht.
With water and with not even lakes or traveling on water, but like if you have fish tanks or aquaponics or hydroponics, pH levels are a thing.
Absolutely.
So you have to be able to keep those maintained, and you have to be able to have a way to test for that as well.
There are tools for that, man. There are tools for that. Maybe we'll do that another day. But to get to this point, guess what you need to do? You need to make sure you got some food. You got to make sure you got some food. And some of the things you need are these. Hold on just 1 second. And to get that food, you need a canning pot and accessories. This is a standard. Go to the store, whatever your local store is, and get you a canning pot to prepare. Trips, let me just shut up. What do you see here?
Well, you get your I don't think these are bell jars. That's a brand name, but the bell jars that got the little inner rim on there that comes out of the top, and the top's clear or not clear, but has an hole in it. And then you put the whatever it is you put in there. So your vegetables, your fruits, your pickles, whatever it is you're storing for a very long time, you put them into the jars after you prepare them, with the recipes that you're using that, that naturally preserves them for a long time. And then you put these, you pick up with the little tongs, you pick up these jars, you put them in the little basket. Then you dip the basket into the water, and then the water, the hot water in there vacuum seals the jars. So it presses all of the air out. So now those jars, when you open them, it has that little pop. When you get them from the store, and if it don't have that pop, you're supposed to take it back because that means that it's been opened already. So this seals and preserves your foods for however long you need them, basically. And that's what you were seeing down there in the basement on the shelves, all these glass jars that were lined up. They've been canned. It's not just pouring the food into the jar and closing the jar up and putting it up on the shelf. There's a process to it to make it last longer and keep it healthy and safe for consumption. Because if you do it wrong, you will poison yourself, and all your food will be bad.
Well,
so you need the proper tools to do that.
If you don't mind me speaking to that, number one, I got to lead with this. First rule in doing canning, I don't know why they call it canning because you do everything in jars, but never mind that. The first rule in doing this is there's a big omen when it comes to this. And if you don't know what you're doing, you should probably say so. There's also instructions that come with all of these kits. I don't know that there's a canning and accessories kit out there that doesn't come with the instructions on how to go about this. It comes with temperature gauges, that comes with pressurizing techniques, all kinds of different ways to do this to make sure that you don't fall victim to this word called botulism.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't cure this, and I only do this for anything meat related. And so this comes to my girlfriend's mom went through, and she's walking through the door right now. She went through dementia, and at the very end of her life, this thing came in handy for me because I prepared a lot of soups over the span of a few years. I put a lot of soups away because we knew the day would happen when she couldn't really eat solid foods. And so we made sure that we had this stuff stored away. And in order to do this the right way, you got to make sure these things are pressurized the right way. And most of these comes with a thermometer so that you can know when they're pressurized. And when they pressurize the right way, that thing you see gripping that jar right there on the left-hand side, that's a grip to pull that hot ass thing off of that rack that's up there at the top right, to put it on the counter, and you sit them there until you start hearing pop, 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 pop. There'll just be popping going on. As many as you got in there. If you put 8 jars in there and you only hear 5 or 6 pops, there's a few of them that ain't pop. Get rid of them. Don't even second guess it. Get rid of that shit. You don't feed that shit to nobody, because it won't hold up well when you put it in the cellar, the root cellar, or wherever you're putting it at in your basement. You're gonna get somebody sick, and it can be fatal. So this I wouldn't advise to anybody unless you know the instructions, unless you know how to go about this. This ain't shit to be trifled with. Do this the right way or don't do it at all.
Very interesting information, gotta say. Not a professional canner, but this is definitely stuff that you guys should take and learn. I think it'll in a bad situation, it'll go a very long way.
And Crimson, with the DIY tip, this setup is nice and all, but all you really need is a pot that's taller than the jar.
Yeah.
Don't be scared of it, Patrick.
Well, Patrick is saying he's gonna freeze dry his food, which is in many cases just as good, right?
Yeah, there's freeze dry. What is it? There's freeze drying. There's vacuum sealing. There's canning, and there's another long-term storage solution.
There is. There's a few of them that you can
smoking freeze dried.
Yeah, you could jerky as well, right? You could jerky in some cases.
Yeah.
Smoking, dehydration.
Dehydration, yeah.
So, I mean, there's techniques for all of it, but this is, if you want to store bulk food, you have to, this ain't difficult, Patrick. This ain't difficult at all. You just gotta honor the rules of engagement. It's the best way I can tell you. You have to do this the right way.
Follow the process. Be one with the process.
Yeah, because it's not hard. It's just
not at all.
You got to make sure you follow those rules.
Yeah.
No half stepping. Ain't no half stepping. No shortcuts.
I'm the big daddy king.
This will put you in the grave if you don't do it the right way.
And also keep in mind about however you store your foods, you have to have a way to cook them or prepare them once you want to consume them. So think about those materials as well going forward to have backups and backups.
Yeah.
All right. Kids, you got to be a little bit curious about this, man, because every time I start talking about this privately, you just like, okay, what the hell are you, man? What are you doing?
Different things. I got different ideas, and they all unfortunately really come down to money. This is an interesting angle. I'm more along the lines of hydroponics and growing my own stuff as opposed to really.
You gotta say protein. You gotta have protein.
You should. You're right. You should figure out one of the means to, for long-term storage and employ it, whether it's this, that, or the other. I like this stuff. I just think there's also other things that could be done in these situations that I don't think the world has really explored. I think we should, and I wonder why. Like, it always brings me back to the Jetsons. This is weird. It's weird. It just brings me back to the Jetsons, and like, you're a little shit and you're watching cartoons, and you're like, yo, like they got a briefcase that turns into a car, and he flies off in this briefcase, and they're so advanced, and we're so rudimentary at this level in the year 20, like for real. In the year 2025, we are still an archaic society for the most part. Like things have really, general ideas have really been suppressed at a rate and a level that is ridiculous. But things like cities on water, cities in the sky, cities underwater, all of these are doable with the technology that we have. Nobody will do them.
Yeah.
Well, let's stick where we are though, is preservation of self.
Yeah. Well, why I bring those things up is because these would potentially be other means of preservation of self, right? If we could easily have a self-sustaining ecosystem of homes in an underwater capacity that actually fish themselves, like the home itself fishes for you. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so many things that we could really do if we put our minds to it and the resources to it, but the effing powers that be are too busy just hoarding all those resources.
Well, we about to dance right into your conversation because for the second week in a row, we're gonna have to probably skip 3-hour Atlas update because we got to get to your stuff. But Patrick is saying it exactly right. Patrick Higgins, thank you for this one. He says society in general hasn't needed to care about food preservation. Thus far, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm challenging you all to start thinking about life a little bit differently because it doesn't feel like to me there's any guarantees anymore. And so when you have society at that point, then plan B needs to be optimized. And that's what we're talking about here is plan B. How do you take care of self and how do you take care of family? How do you do it for at least a period of time where you can, and if you one of those people that feel like, okay, things will be back okay, they'll be good in a while. All we got to do is take care of this for this stretch of period of time. These are the things you can do. This package right here, you can probably get this. This is probably one of the higher level, mid to higher level ones you can get. Probably can get this for like $80, 70, $80. I paid like 70 for mine. But there's lower level ones. You can get them for $25, $35, $45. It won't have as many accessories as this one, but you can do this in a big pot in your house. You just got to make sure that stuff is cooked hard. When I say cooked hard, you got to boil this to, you can't stop boiling it until you're sure this shit is really, really cooked on the inside, and you take it out and you just wait for that seal, that pop. If you put your finger on the top of that container and it doesn't have a pop up, don't eat that shit. Period. And that's
if it does have a pop up.
If it does, my bad. My girl right here, she corrected me. You're right. So this is what you do, man. You have to start thinking outside the box because people are losing their shit out here. They're losing their shirt, they're losing their pants, shoes, everything in this economy, man. And so you got to start thinking outside the box. So this is one of the methods you can do that. But, any last thoughts about this before we move on to Kez's thing here?
No, we good.
Hey, real quick question. Does fish have protein?
Of course.
Absolutely.
All right, because I know it has a lot of omega-3s and a lot of fatties, but okay, protein, cool. Okay.
Yeah, one of the best protein sources is fish, to be honest with you, and that's what I'm saying.
Aquaponics, baby. Add the aquaponics into your hydroponics then.
That's the whole reason we had that conversation was exactly that. Was like, get that fish in there, raise that fish, eat that fish, get your veggies too, and you can have a nice little salad alongside. You're doing it.
That I'm glad you brought that up, Trish, because that brings me to one more last thing before we get out of this, and that is shelf life. Even if you preserve this food, how long do you think you can have, let's just say in a temperature that's below 32 degrees, that's below freezing. How long do you think you can keep a canned jar of fish?
It was like 6 months.
Somewhere in that neighborhood, you somewhere right. It's probably more like 12 to maybe 18 months with beef, pork, and any of the other meats, chicken, things like that. But this doesn't last forever. Just to make that point. This doesn't last forever. You're gonna have to do this again in another year, year and a half. But with fish, be extremely careful with that shit. That's extremely toxic if you think this shit's gonna last you for the next 30 years of your life. Nah, dog.
To be frank, man, I'm leaning. I would probably just jerky everything. If we're talking about like protein
Careful,
for
you'll
real,
go
for real.
blind.
Huh? Say again?
Careful, you're gonna go blind.
Yeah, yeah, I probably would jerky it, man. I have to admit, just fish jerky, beef jerky, chicken jerky. I don't even know if you can jerky chicken, but that is likely what I would do to avoid this, because what you're like, the jerky will last for a very long time, and what you're saying here is like this will not. This is probably a 6 to 12 month situation if we're talking about protein.
That jerky ain't gonna last you no time if you don't secure it and you don't vacuum seal it.
Well, that's what I would do. I would jerky and vacuum seal, and away you go.
You're gonna have to do that because it won't last you that long.
No, you want to do both. That would be my suggestion. You can jerky chicken. Okay, cool. I like jerk chicken, so jerky chicken, jerky chicken. Whatever.
Jerky chicken.
I just hope the information does something for somebody who might need to consider some other plan Bs. You know what I'm saying? I hope this information helps you, man, because that's the idea, man, is to put this information out there so that people can see things in a different light, man, because I think we all need to look at it this way. And this ain't so crazy no more. Just say that. But we need to get into a whole other conversation, and that calls for another intro. Give me a second. Damn, where's the shit?
And we're back.
Hey now.
Before you take off, kids, this probably should be spoken to, and people might be wondering why would Nomad be playing a alien intro to the story about a fucking comic book on the screen, and there's all kinds of good explanation for it. I'll let kids take it from there, but I had to give it a prelude.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do very similar things and give it a little bit of prelude myself. So while I was a little shorty, as you can see, I got all my comic books behind me, but I don't likely have this one or the one that's really in question. And for the most part, Spider-Man and X-Men were the two comics that I read the most as a kid and as a young adult. One of the stories that was sort of introduced to me at some point, and it originally debuted in X-Men 10. I'm much younger than that, which was launched or debuted in March 1965, was a story about a special area of Antarctica called the Savage Land. This area of Antarctica, the reality is, Antarctica is cold, at least that's what we're all told. But this special area of Antarctica wasn't. It was lush, green. It was a jungle or a prehistoric jungle type area with all sorts of untouched animals, like potentially dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers, sort of as you can see right here on the screen. There's a dinosaur in the upper right, and saber-toothed tiger a little bit lower down. This is just sort of a fantastic story that Stan Lee and Jack Kirby sort of came up with and introduced me as a young man. There's a bigger reason why we're sort of discussing this, but I wanted to sort of just let you know that there's Super Clark Khan coming through. What it do? I just wanted to sort of let you know that the comic books in their own right sort of push you into a weird direction. A lot of things can be hidden. The fantastic can be explained very well in comic book concept. And Nomad and I sort of got to talking about this general concept that we're about to introduce to you guys, which is just some wild, crazy, weird stuff. And the funny part is I just sort of guessed where we were headed with this, and he was like, oh my God, like, how would you even think along these lines? And the answers are the Savage Land, this general fantastic idea from a comic book that I read as a kid. And anyhow, I think we can move off of the X-Men portion of all of this and perhaps move into the more meat and potatoes of it.
Well, hold on, because I don't know that you're really telling it the way it should be, because this is again, he said that this was published in what, 1960 what?
1965.
So in 1965, Stan Lee and his partner, whoever that was, what's his name?
Jack Kirby. They're basically the fathers of modern comics. Those two guys. Jack Kirby eventually went on. What up, Crooked? Jack Kirby went on to be a big. He was a sort of a leading force on the DC, with DC Comics as well, and him and Stan Lee sort of wound up going sort of back, sort of going against each other for many years there. But to start things out at Marvel Comics, they worked together. Jack Kirby as the artist, and Marvel and Stan Lee as the general writer of most of these comics.
So that story, I'm gonna reiterate what Kez told you all. Me and him had a conversation yesterday about this topic, and this was off script. It was just totally. I started talking about it. I started showing him some stuff, and his mind just went here, and I was just like, wait, what you say? And it's like, a comic book? When was this comic book published? So we started going back and forth, and he told me what it was. So he's telling this whole story about Antarctica, and what we know about Antarctica is what? It's frozen. There's no life there really, outside of a penguin and a damn walrus, probably. Other than that, what's there?
There'd be a polar bear out there, maybe. You know what I mean?
Polar bear, whatever. It's nothing green to be found there, right? And so here comes this story in this comic book, and if you look at the story from the face of the comic book, he's just like, okay, this is a wild ass comic book story, but this is a perfect prelude into what I'm about to show you all right now. And I'm gonna shut the fuck up for a second, man. I'm gonna get this off the screen. I'm gonna just let you guys hear, and we'll fill in the blanks after that. Take this off the screen. I'm gonna share my screen and show you all what this is.
Yeah, it was cool little comic book story from back in the days that sort of related to this more slightly potentially true to life story that we're going to get into. That's a little bit wild and crazy and different. You want to make the screen a little bit bigger there before you press.
I got to make sure I got the right story here, man.
That is also an important factor. So do those things. And here, you want to take it down for now and just make sure that you got it.
Yeah.
Here, there. Just figure that piece out. Get it ready to rock and roll, and we'll throw down. But yeah, this is, you never know what you'll find in those comic books. There's just some fantastic minds out there coming up with crazy ideas. Same token, they may have been introduced to some of these concepts and decided to throw them into comic books. A, to hide them. B, to introduce future generations to fantastic concepts that nobody was really talking about or discussing in the real world. So this is sort of where, where Nomad and I had this conversation yesterday, and he was like, "Holy smokes, how did you guess down the lines of where he wanted to go with this particular topic today?" Right?
I got a few
No
stories.
polar bears in Antarctica. That's very strange.
Hold
Why?
on. Let me say this, man. I hope this is the right song. If it's not, I'll get to the right one. Just give me a second. Let me just play this.
This was very important that after the conclusion of World War II, Admiral Byrd was asked if he would mount a large armada and go for 4 months. It was supposed to be that they would go in December, January, February, and March, and there was a list of military goals that they were to achieve. But by the end of February, something happened.
One of the mission's official goals was investigating sites for potential military bases in Antarctica. But during his explorations, Admiral Byrd allegedly came upon something highly unexpected.
This story is said to come from his diaries, not his published account of the trip, but something he held back and then later was suppressed by government authorities that found it frightening.
In his diary, which was discovered by his son after his death, Admiral Byrd tells an extraordinary story.
Admiral Byrd heard there was an entrance to the center of the Earth through the South Pole. And he took planes into the South, under the South Pole. And when he did that, he discovered that as he flew over the pole, suddenly he's looking at things that shouldn't be there. I mean, it was temperate. His squadron flew under the Earth, into the Earth.
It turns into this lush and green area, and he can't even believe his eyes. But that's just the beginning of his extraordinary story. He tells how all of a sudden he starts to see a shimmering rainbow city that's made of crystal. His airplane is taken control of when he suddenly sees these flying disc-shaped objects around them that lead him.
Okay, let's stop right there just for the sake of this is YouTube. And I'll put an overlay over this. Oh, maybe I won't. What do you think so far, Trips? This is your first time hearing this.
Yeah, some shit going on under the earth. Cool.
Good.
That's what I would say too if I was Trip. Right? You want to? I would. You know what I'm saying? We want to sort of go through the better part of some of these interviews and get some of the information. But things I can tell you is that Admiral Byrd was a U.S. naval officer. He was also an aviator and polar explorer. He was awarded the Medal of Honor. He's like a legit real guy. He's known for his historic missions and all right in the Arctic and in Antarctica. And he's the first to achieve several aviation milestones over the polar regions.
Okay, hold that. Save that because we're going to need it. Hold on. Let's finish this.
To the ground. Whereupon he's escorted into a cavernous type of an area where he meets a being he refers to as the Master in his diary. The Master tells him that they're highly disappointed in what humans are doing with nuclear weapons and how they've recently destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they really are concerned about what is going on the surface of the planet. They tell Admiral Byrd that they hope that humanity will ultimately stop this.
And that's about as much as we need as far as this goes. I'm stopping this screen so I can put this up. And we're going to have a conversation, man. Kids, let me just start with you because, should we just start with Trips? See if he can put together what he just heard and make any sense of it, and then we can fill in the blanks, whatever y'all want to do.
It seems as though that there's a civilization going on subterranean, Antarctica or someplace down there, the hollow earth theory, if you will, journey to the voyage of the center of the earth, Jules Verne. But this situation, I don't know. I've never been, down there. I've never been underground in Antarctica. Is it possible that there's something civilization down there? Sure. I haven't been down there bothering them. If they living down there, they haven't been up here bothering us. The Earth is a big place. There's miles around it that we have never seen, and we've lived on this marble our entire life. So it wouldn't be surprising that under our feet, whether it be on under the land or under the water in the oceans, under there. Who knows? The Atlantis, underwater life, sure. It's 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 very pompous of me to be like, I've never seen it, so it doesn't exist. It can't exist. It's like, yeah, I'm not that full of myself. It's like there is a whole lot of shit that exists that I've never seen, that you've never seen, that people have seen, like Richard Byrd here and other people in that squadron. Maybe they are the only ones that've seen it. Maybe we think that they're lying or they get together drunk and made it up. Don't know. But I think this, it's not beyond the realm of possibility.
Can I, kids, if you don't mind, can I just give a little story time just real quick, man? I won't
Sure,
be
man.
long, I promise you. So I'm gonna try to fill in some blanks. So I came upon this story a while ago, but I didn't delve into it until like a week, maybe a week and a half ago, and just really got into the story. And whatever came, I was pretty much reading or ingesting into me and just discerning what I could. Under the circumstances, this is what I can tell you. That man, Richard Byrd, is very decorated. Like Kez said, he's got a lot of decorations. That's the only man in U.S. history that they have 3 individual parades for. At that time, I don't know if that's been surpassed since, but that's about as decorated as you can get. 3 individual parades for you. So he's qualified to whatever he says, then you pay attention to, because that's how much respect they have for him. So this guy individually with his own money 2 or 3 times on his own took, trips to Antarctica, expeditions there. And, what he came up with is what he came up with. I didn't get that much into his memoirs to tell you all the details of it. But what I did take from it was the US government found out about it, and they were just like, hey, you know what? This is after World War II. This is somewhere around August 1946. They sent him with an armada. When I say an armada, you got to understand that. That was, let me make sure, that was 13 ships. These are fully loaded, fully armed ships. 13 ships.
4,700 personnel.
4,700 soldiers, 23 aircraft, fully loaded with a nuclear submarine. I think it was a nuclear submarine. It was armed.
Aircraft carrier.
An aircraft carrier. So that was part of the 13 battleships that were sent.
Yeah.
So what government does that for an expedition? Number one. Number two, so he gets there, and part of the story goes like this. They get there, and he's part of the flying mission. So they're going by air into this region. And all of a sudden, he gets to a certain jurisdiction in the region, and everything's supposed to be white, and they're supposed to see nothing but ice. And all of a sudden, he gets to a certain point, and all he sees is green. Plush green land. I'm talking about trees, shrubbery. He sees running water. Not only does he see that, he looks down, and they've got periscopes and all that shit. That's what they use at that time. They're using things to see down and look close. He sees something moving on the earth that is really big, and he's wondering what this is. And they use the periscopes or whatever they use, the binoculars, and they figure out that this is exactly what they thought it was. They thought it was some kind of elephant, but it's a mammoth. It's a freaking mammoth. He sees that, documents it, puts it in his memoir. Not only that, the navigation systems go crazy, and they can't really navigate the plane. The propulsion system goes out, and they can't fly it. So they're out of control with the airplane. And all of a sudden, here comes these two vehicles. These vehicles are circular in shape, and they just completely take over the guidance of this plane and guide them to the ground. That's about the best I can give you as far as coloring in the details before Keds tells the rest of the story.
So I wasn't sure you were going to transition to me right there.
Okay.
So you might as well. You should probably think.
You want me to?
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead, man. You got it, Keds.
All I know is basically those vehicles bring him down to the ground. He's then sort of introduced to the leader of this area, and much like you heard there, they give him certain information, just sort of saying that they've sent emissaries back to to sort of give a warning to our leadership, and that leadership has not heeded any of these warnings, and they're truly worried about what's going on the surface. Eventually, they sort of give him passage to leave and help him out of this area. But part of the major question mark around this is this, and this is pretty simple to understand. So if the government sent 4,700 dudes, 13 ships, an aircraft carrier, some helicopters, and his armada of planes, they've done a great job of completely restricting or redacting any information that came out of this mission, this pretty grandiose mission to Antarctica. What has come out is simply his diary, which has some of this information, and they basically claim that the diary is absolutely fake, false, and it's a hoax.
Well, tell the story about the son and how the diary got published, the memoir, brother.
I don't remember how it got published. You can color that in for me. But where I was going was the son published it, to my understanding, and for the most part, he was unalive. They refuted all of these claims and made sure to put him in the ground so that those claims could not continue for a very long period of time. The diary exists. People can read it, and yeah.
I'll color in a little bit more. So
yeah,
after the expedition, he's been to the North Pole, he's been to the South Pole. Surprisingly, you guys is discussing the South Pole, and I know people think about cold ice and they're thinking about the North Pole because that's what you're conditioned to think. But this is stuff that he's talking about is going on the South Pole. And so his theory and what he is led to believe based off of what he experienced is there are two entryways in both poles, both the South and the North Pole, entryways into the earth. And in that earth, there are layers, there are running streams, warm waters, there are civilizations inside this thing. All this stuff is dynamic and crazy as hell to the naked ear. But how this memoir got published was after Admiral Byrd died.
Yeah.
So after
in 1957, and this was released and published in 1970.
Yeah. So immediately after that expedition, so he was funded for about 4 to 6. I think it was 4 months. It might be 6. I'm not sure, but he had money and resources to do this thing for 4 months at least. And he gets done with the expedition, and immediately I think they ended up in Chile as the first stop before they went to the United States. It was just a drop off to refuel and do all the things that they needed to do to make the trip back to the United States and rest and do all that. And they debriefed him for 6 hours straight. Just imagine you come from an expedition and you're sitting in a room with nothing but top military commanders and people with top secret clearance, and they're just grilling you for 6 hours. Not only that, they kept him under surveillance for the next 6 days, 4 to 6 days. I'm not sure if I'm absolutely correct about that, but somewhere in that neighborhood. And so they were definitely serious about making sure that this information was quarantined. And so if you know anything about Admiral Byrd before that, he was very, very outgoing. He's a very decorated guy. He's willing to talk to any media outlet that comes up to him and wants to know stories about being in the military. He just came out of World War II. And so he's a very talkative guy. And all of a sudden, he just stops being accessible to the media and he's not talking. And he really didn't say a whole lot up until the end of his life, when he knew he was in the clear and I'm going to die anyway. So I'm a, if people ask me questions, and even then, the interviews that I saw, maybe I'll show that next week, he was very watered down based on talking about the difference between his public persona and what he put in this memoir.
Being he was a soldier, right? So he followed orders. He was disciplined, so what he saw on this mission, he held close to the vest and he didn't release it. He didn't blab about it. He didn't sink any ships by having loose lips. It was his son who 13 years later was like, oh, sucky, ching, ching. He put it out and I was like, uh-oh. But, Crimson is saying, is it possible? Absolutely. Is it likely? Not even close, because that many people can't keep secrets like that. But then I would refute that with, just look here domestically at the White House. And sure, there are one, maybe two, employees that'll be like, hey, I get all the secrets to the presidents. This president was a sleepwalker. This president was always in the kitchen at 2 a.m., raiding these snacks. This president was sneaking in, under underground tunnels, all this stuff. We hear about it, but we don't ever get the confirmation from the Secret Service, from the staff, the maids, the cooks, the butlers. All these people know, but they're not talking. A few will talk, then it's like, that's just a conspiracy. But it's the same with Byrd and this thing. It's
How
like
did it go and do the right thing? Those who know won't talk, and those who talk don't know.
Those who know won't say. Those who say don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Akbar, big up, Big Bang Boogie. Check out that album. But yeah, so it's stuff going on that many of us may think that it's outlandish, beyond the realms of possibility, and that's exactly when that shit happens. As soon as we limit ourselves to what we think the realms of possibilities can be, because we have no clue.
Nope. No, sir, we don't. And this does in its own way lend to what Crimson's saying in the chat. And I mean, so first off, it's not so much that the diary was found after post-mortem, is that it was released to the public post-mortem. So again, just like Trip is saying, the son stopped and said, wait a minute, maybe I want my daddy's legacy to be actually, expanded beyond just a word of mouth story or this diary here at the house.
Can I layer into the circumstances of the son's death?
Sure.
So he was found malnourished and dehydrated, dead. And so a guy that, trust me, that man had money and that man had resources. They found this guy dehydrated, malnourished, and dead.
So
somebody starved his ass, is what you said.
Yeah, a lot of people speculate that people got a hold of him, and that was the way they taught him a lesson.
Makes a whole lot of sense to me. Again, with respect to suppressing information and nobody being able to hold secrets, I think this might be a little bit of proof to that, right? And I kind of agree with what you're saying. Secrets ultimately can't be holistically blocked. Like, they can be, but it's very difficult to do something like this. And in this situation, there's a leak, and the leak goes out there, and there's a little bit of access to some of the information, and that's when everybody turns towards the word conspiracy. This is bullshit. You know what I mean? This is BS. He's a liar. He's crazy. He was under psychosis. He is a drug addict.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't believe this guy for all intents and purposes. So,
Well,
he's
you know
got
how
mental health issues, like you're saying in the chat. Who knows what the guy's situation really was? But if you were trying to suppress information, that's exactly how you would spin it.
well, no. See, I'm more of the thing like with Cooper.
Mhm.
If the G-Man wanted to take young Master Byrd out, why leave evidence? Just disappear him like Hoffa. So now it can be: did he
I can
disappear?
actually answer that a little bit, right?
Did he
Because I
move?
don't think
That would add to the bullshit.
Well, yes, you're right. It would make him a martyr. That's number one. But the other that's something you have to be worried about. You can make somebody a martyr in these situations. The other flip side is he's a good soldier, and it looks as if he didn't want to reveal all that information to the external world. He shared it with the higher up. They decided to suppress the information, and he was cool with that because again, he's an admiral. He's probably been in situations where he's had to suppress a certain level of information from a need to know basis. Now that he passes away and it's his kid, as you sort of described, he doesn't really fall into any of that. So maybe I want to make $1 million, or maybe I want to extend my dad's legacy. Who knows?
I would say this, man. The more and more I read, the more and more I watch videos. I watched a lot of videos on this, and I read. I tell you what. Before I get into that, is there anything in particular in the story that you heard on the video, or the story that I filled in, or Kez filled in, talking to you, Trips, that really sticks out to you as something like, hey, man, what was that? You know, I mean, like for me, I start thinking about, what happened with the navigation system for me.
Well, it's. I mean, it can be
Well,
a easy explanation, somewhat. Electromagnetic fields.
you
The
got
Earth,
it.
the Earth has those, and some places they're more intense than others. And if if you're in your car and you're listening to your terrestrial radio and you drive by a big mess of the satellite dishes, your signal can be interrupted because those dishes are interfering with that signal. It could be the same thing naturally from the Earth with those fields that are interfering with the instruments, of whatever they are, the electronics. And that could be just where that area is at its highest intensity. And it's just science that electromagnetic fields exist.
Yeah.
It's science that they interfere with
So
frequencies in electronics.
It's not just that, but that
what
is
about?
like
Go ahead, Kez.
electromagnetics is what that navigation system would be based on, right? It's going to be based on polarity in some capacity. And when North versus South Pole, magnetic polarity. If you are now somehow underneath the poles, who knows how that actually would affect the polarity and readings of a navigation system? It could throw those things completely out of whack, reverse things. Who knows, right?
Also, the other thing outside of the fucking ships that all of a sudden they have no propulsion, they have no navigation, they have no nothing. They're basically out there, and all of a sudden 2 ships come out of nowhere to assist them to the ground. And before they get there, what about them seeing through the binoculars or whatever they were looking through, seeing mammoths on the ground in green grass? None of that shit triggered you? Like, that's
I mean,
wild.
that sounds like Kong Island or Skull Island, whatever the hell the name of
Yeah,
it.
that's exactly what I thought of.
We see the stories back in the day, whether it be like movies like King Kong or the Ice Monster or Loch Ness Monster or anything that we can't explain or can't identify scientifically, and they became legend, they became lore. The possibilities that people saw stuff like this back in the 30s and 40s and then turned them into comic books? That's totally possible.
Well,
You know,
that's the
but,
thing though, Trips. We don't. That's what I was trying to
the not bionic, the Bermuda Triangle. It's the same effects as this thing.
Well, Trips, that's what I'm trying to get. Kids didn't go there, but I found it completely. I don't even think about irony anymore. I don't think about coincidence, but I thought that was very poignant. The fact that kids brought the fact up of this comic book talking about that exact story in that comic book. And I asked him, I was just like, where was Stan Lee? How would Stan Lee know anything about that? And maybe Stan Lee heard about this book. I don't know.
Stan Lee has been known to delve into the fantastic, as in reading like Ayn Rand and people like that, people who were producing science fiction, for the lack of a better thing to call it, in the early days. Like it may not have been science fiction, it may have just been fiction, if you will. But he was definitely a studier and a reader of those types of concepts. This might just have been one of those concepts that he came across and he was like, you know what, super cool. Let me throw this into comics, and we'll beef it up and add a little bit of funk to it. And that's more or less what he did. But it was definitely an ironic situation. It was an ironic situation in conversation with you to think that I had a general idea and concept of where this was going straight out of Marvel Comics.
And you know what though, kids? The more I think about it, I would just surmise that Stan Lee probably heard something, or somebody involved with this story probably heard something. This is in the 60s. That's couple decades away from when this event actually happened. So would it be surprising that he actually knew about it, and maybe he just stretched the truth about it and turn it into something entertaining?
Well, is this a case of life imitating art or art imitating life?
There you go.
Yeah, considering the time frame, I would say art imitating life. Although these
I just blew your mind, didn't I, kids?
Well, the information didn't get released up until the 70s. Now he dropped this in 1965.
What?
As far as Stan Lee's, so let's
You
do
didn't tell me that.
Let's do the time. This is how we did the show, brother. If you're paying attention, right? So, in 1950, he retired, as in Richard Byrd. I keep wanting to call him Donald Byrd. You know what I mean, with the trumpet.
No. You misunderstood me. I thought you was talking about the publish.
I am. Give me a second. I am. So Donald Byrd. So Richard Byrd retired in 56, or sorry, passed away in 56. The memoirs, which entailed all of this story, came out in the 1970s.
Right.
Stan Lee introduced the Savage Land in March of 1965. Crazy.
So before this was made public.
This is what I'm trying to say. The government might have had access to this information, but again, Richard Byrd didn't put that information out on his own volition. The information came out by way of his son in the 70s, post 1965 March.
All right. So let me thank you, Crimson, for just rocking with us through it all and making sure that he is giving detailed input as to everything that we're talking about. Let me put a cap on this thing by saying this. There's a I hate to even put it in conspiracy theory, but I'm gonna put it in conspiracy theory. There's a lot of people that look at the Antarctic ice wall. That's what they call it. And people speculate about secrets behind the ice wall, beneath the ice wall, and there's a lot of lore and attachment to it. I'll just say that, and you can go look for this stuff yourself. I'd advise you to start with this story right here. But there's more to this story. There's a 1700 story about maps that were produced, kids. I saw videos, maps produced in the 1700s that are equivalent to the maps that are out here now. And it shows an entire hole in the middle of that part of the earth. And that's interesting as shit to me. Did you find that interesting, kids, about that hole being consistent with all the maps produced since the 1700s?
Yeah, but you didn't show that. You should have showed that to the folks.
Maybe we'll do that in part 2.
Maybe we'll do that as a part 2. There's some interesting map case scenarios that that kind of show a hole in. There's a hole in my bucket. It kind of shows a hole in the center of the earth, or in some cases a I can't call it a structure, but a thing, giant thing in the top of the earth. So yeah, and what's interesting again is that all of these maps are consistent with this hole. So crazy, wild. I don't know.
Anything else, Trips, before we put a cap on this thing? I find this extremely fascinating. This ain't gonna be my end all be all with this. I'm gonna continue to research this. This is interesting as shit to me.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's like, our great planet. This ain't even space stuff. I mean, it could be where if there are life forms under there, they could be from other planets, but this is, our earthly inhabitants as well that we're talking about. It just so happens that they're on a different part of the earth. I mean, is it possible? Sure. I don't know. Are there people that do know and not telling? Maybe they know what happens if they tell, so they ain't telling. So, I don't know. But yeah, interesting, no doubt, because there's enough of clues to get you curious, and it goes,
Little quick note before we close this off. In that story, in this memoir, and in all the people that have covered this since his passing, since this memoir came out, there's another little part of the story talking about the conversation that was had once he was guided onto the ground and escorted into this cavernous area. He came into this big city, basically what you see on the screen, but it's kind of watered down version of what was spoken to in this memoir. He said that it was a crystal-like city, literally crystal was the city. It's almost like the way they described it is like a Superman movie, like that.
Fortress of Solitude.
Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, it was like that. And the conversation that was had was probably more poignant than the whole story. And that was him talking to the so-called master, and the master telling him, we've been here we've seen everything, and we've stayed silent because we stay out of your business, basically. And he said, why we are concerned and why you're here is because I want you to send this message and take it out to your people. But we want you to know that we've already talked to your leaders, and they are basically repugnant, and they don't listen. And they were concerned about the nitrogen bomb, the hydrogen bomb, the nuclear bomb, and how they were using that. And they were concerned about that. And you since heard all kinds of story now connected to this story. Is all kinds of, since this expedition happened, since the United States used that weapon on Japan, there have been all kinds of UFO stories. You just got to look it up. Just connect these words. UFOs around bombed area of Japan, and you will see story after story, all the nuclear sites in the United States, especially around the desert area, which is where they, at that time at least, stored a lot of the nuclear material. All kinds of stories around that. Kids was asking me the other day, why is there so many stories around the desert? Why is this? That's because that's where they keep a lot of stuff. And so there's stories about these bombs being disarmed for no reason. These are people telling these stories. So research this. Don't stop at what we're telling you on this show. Trust me when I tell you there's a lot more to this story. And that's part of it. There's UFO connections to this all over the place. So I just wanted to say that before we get up out of here. You want to give some pleasantries or any closing thoughts about this?
Quick closing thought. So just did some quick research, and it turns out that Stan Lee and Jack Kirby actually came up with the concept for a comic and released it in 1941 called The Land Where Time Stands Still, and it's actually sort of the precursor to the Savage Land comic. So again, well before any of this information would have got out. Pretty crazy. There's no direct ties to Alone or Richard Byrd at all with respect to this particular idea. But just thought I'd give you a little bit of a timeline. What these comic book guys came up with was decades before somebody sort of decided to say, hey, like maybe this is actually a real thing. But yeah, crazy.
What was the name of that show? No Maniacs. Sunday Classics with Fraser Thomas, where they would show movies like the one kid just mentioned. It came on Sunday afternoons, Channel 9, WGN, and Fraser Thomas was the not that kind of grandmaster, but the one for Bozo, the ringmaster.
There's a ringmaster.
Bozo Circus. The dude that wasn't a clown.
This picture and what you're talking about kind of gives me my grandpa used to keep all these damn little tapes, VCR tapes. Literally, he'd be watching VCR tapes, and that what you're talking about is ringing a bell. And this image, and I've seen a lot of movies with this kind of looking guy on the front of it. It could have been a lot.
He's sitting in a big leather chair. And he have books behind him in like a library, and it was always sponsored by Mutual of Omaha.
That is familiar shit to me.
And it was, I think it was
like Masterpiece Theater.
It was kind of like that, but that was on Channel 11 Public Television, WTTW. This one, Family Classics, Sunday afternoon with Fraser Thomas. Yeah, that was it. And then they would show like a lot of those movies, you know, Moby Dick, not really horror movies, but like I think they had like Dracula on there one time. You know, there was just a Land of the Lost, just a potpourri of movies back in the day, and they were interesting and fun to watch. But stories like this would be something on Family Classics.
So September 7th, 1974 for Land of the Lost, Crimson.
Wow.
So a couple of years after this would have been launched.
Man, this whole thing gives me all kinds of like
close.
You ever seen the movie what is that? You know when the trips, you know what I'm talking about, because Disney has a little exhibit about this where the family gets lost in a storm and they end up on an island.
Robinson Crusoe.
Robinson Crusoe.
That
boom.
All this shit reminds me of all that. All of it.
You know, Robinson Crusoe ain't nothing but Lost in Space.
Yeah, well, or vice versa. Lost in Space is Robinson Crusoe.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. This is definitely worthy of a part 2, and when we do it, we'll do it. But this is I'll just encourage you all, just go check this out on your own. And I hate the
weird, wild stuff.
It is, but we got even wilder shit to get to. Cass knows a couple of topic discussions that we're gonna have,
wild and loud.
He knows a couple of them, but it's all interesting stuff, man. There's some quantum physics to talk about. There's some all kinds of different things, just
Yeah, that's that'll be a crazy one. That one's not easy to digest or explain, but I tried my best the other day. Perhaps we will try again. Long story short, it's been a Wednesday, y'all. We love the fact that you guys jumped in and spent your time with us. Big ups to the chat. It's Crimson, Super Clark Khan out there in the mix. The Eagles fans, the Frady Cat Packers fans, the homie in the Bronx, South Bronx, South Bronx.
South Bronx.
King Booker jumped in. Mr. Mayhem was with us. AC Adam was with us. The Nodge. RIP to your moms and dads, man. Big ups to you and blessings to the family. Cloud Chasers Radio, Crooked Commish. I hope I said Lord Crimson. If I didn't, I'll say it again. Patrick Higgins. Big ups to all you guys for hanging out with us and making it another awesome show. STS Scott, big ups to you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for spending some time with us. And yeah, man. Basically, I'll say it one more time. Oh man, I can't forget the scrolls or create culture. But I'm gonna, or the good minister Charles Johnson. I don't know what was going on with your feed today, but I'm sure we'll get it figured out. End of the day, I just want to leave you guys with what I left you with before, and that is Bears fans, be effing leave. It's happening. Good things are happening. And just believe it. They believe it. You can too, man. That's all I got to say. Bear down and let's beat the daylights out them birds.
Before I go, every time I hear Khan, I think of Ricardo Montalban and his fine Corinthian leather.
Fine Corinthian leather.
Because he
boss,
was
the plane, boss. The plane, boss.
Smiles, everyone, smiles.
Was that role better than the role he played in Star Trek?
No, that's one of the greatest roles of all time. It's in like
Wrath of Khan?
Wrath of Khan or are you talking about Fantasy Island? Which one?
Well, I mean, both were iconic in their own rights. Because Wrath of Khan, he was all butch and had the muscles.
The homeboy was just like a host.
He was a warrior. But on Fantasy Island, he was a cool motherfucker. Hey, how you doing?
He was cool on Fantasy Island. On Wrath of Khan, he was a gangster ass bad MF trying to kill it. Oops. Unalive everybody. Like that's what he was about. That's
he was Ricardo Montalban. He was a good actor. He had the wavy hair and the accent. He was hot there for a minute. But to everybody that tuned in and can get with some extra sauce, whether it be a shout out
to the baddest Latino actor played the Joker.
Played the Joker.
Oh, old Joker, old school.
Old school Joker. What's his name?
His name's right.
No, I didn't do the Orville, bro.
He's bad as shit, man.
He has a foreign name, obviously.
Damn.
Francesco, not friend.
Who played the Joker? Oh, Cesar Romero. There you go.
Cesar Romero.
See, that's the baddest Latino actor ever.
Yeah, sound like a soccer player.
Cesar Romero. Nobody tops that.
Yeah, see, he was dope. But if you know Cesar Romero, you know Vincent Price.
Oh, damn. Wow. From Thriller for sure. Everybody knows Vincent Price.
But back in the day before Thriller, Vincent Price was in the cinema, in that era with Cesar Romero.
It was called something cinema. That specific word is in the name of the show he hosted too.
Classic cinema, man.
Was that what it was? I don't think that's what it was.
Why are you talking about that?
Man.
House on Haunted Hill, classic. But we can talk all night about nostalgia because we are old as fuck anyway. Look at all that gray hairs. Kids is bladder. He need that pomegranate juice. You know what I mean? But a shout out to Chef Trips for coming on earlier and filling in for me. Glad that he was able to do his live cooking segment in my friend the kitchen. And what was the recipe tonight, y'all? What was that?
We're gonna call it American poutine. That's what I think we're going to call it. It was a very interesting mashup. Sweet potato fries, ground beef.
I want your wife's interpretation. I want her title.
Her take on it. Like, long story
Let
short,
us know the next show what she said it was.
She said she would definitely eat it, but she's not sure she would call it a poutine. But that's where she's at. Breaded cheese curds, mushrooms, garlic, onions, peas on the side, green peas on the side, some green pepper as well. I'm sure there was a couple of other things I'm missing in there. So, but an interesting blend, and I bet you $5 it was probably delicious.
No doubt. So, as Chef Trips would say, customize it to your tastes, to your dietary requirements and/or restrictions, and create some good tasting stuff in your own kitchens. So make sure you're supporting him with his channel there at Chef Trips. Thanks him for representing Sports Chicago Style, or the handle on YouTube. Why they change it, I don't know. But at triple RSCS. And I've noticed that in some chats it's that handle, in other chats it's still Sports Chicago Style. I don't know why they're different, but either way you can find us. And thank you for the I think we're up over 130 subs now. Last time we were talking about it, we were just passing that 100-mile milestone. So just keep it growing, and we will keep the entertaining, informative, and just plain out fun content coming out under the Sports Chicago Style umbrella. So a shout out to Coach Tripping, shout out to Chef Trips, and a shout out to Trip. And don't get between him and that sweet potato pie tomorrow either.
Kids, you muted, bro.
Oh, well, how about who muted me, man? I'm just saying, stay out the man's way. Don't.
I didn't. Nobody muted your ass.
Oh, okay.
Should I get you some of that peach cobbler with some ice cream, and you put that in front of the TV with a football game on? Yeah, that's the way Unc coming out, because he's gonna have his little bag of Crown Royal and this little thing of sativas.
Yeah, wait a minute. We got a timeout. What time's this football game on Friday?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock Central.
Some of us have jobs in Canada. Let me see what I can do to figure this thing out so we can call it game.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because here it's like basically a holiday, day after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and while we at it, man. So let's make sure everybody understands. So we'll do that game, and of course we got to do Nomad at Night on Sunday because there's no game. So we'll just do our regular rotation if there's no game, like we always do. That's it, man. We're gonna. Anything else before we get out of here?
Last thing is like, share, subscribe at Kids of Canuck. Do the same thing for Sports Chicago Style and at Chef Trips, and definitely for the Nomad Network. Give a little bit of love to the guys who are doing some stuff for you guys and creating that content for you. I'm thinking we may just have to debut Extra Sauce on Ked's Twitch stream sooner or later. Or did we do it? We did it tonight.
You're doing it now.
We did it tonight. So big ups to the folks over at the Twitch side of the fence. We'll get you guys involved that much more. We love to have your involvement. Love that.
Happy Thanksgiving, one and all.
Let me give another special shout out to the Naj. I know he wanted to be here, but man, oh man, I would imagine he's in his feelings right now, as I would be, like a MFer, because that's very traumatic, man. And I just can't imagine. So I just wanted to send a lot of love, good vibes, good energy to the Naj down in Florida, man. We love you, bro. Just know that. Just know that. We love you and we got you, man. You're going to always have community here all the time. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody that was here tonight. Again, make sure you show some love to every one of these channels, man. We are on Keds' channel at Keds of Canuck. We are on Sports Chicago Style streaming right now. It'll take you but a second to go. Make sure you show some love. Hit the like, hit the subscribe if you haven't to either one of these channels. It takes a second to show some love, because look at all the time we spent with you all. Look at all this time. And we covered the Bears who I am really being restrained when it comes to my enthusiasm right now. I've worked hard to really, really collect my thoughts and talk about where I think this team is going. I gave you kind of I guess the sauteed onions and peppers right now, without all the rest of everything that goes in it. I'm saving that for when I think this game is pivotal right now. But I don't think it's the end all to be all. Be all to end all, however you want to say that. I think this is it's a flashpoint for this team to get past this point. If you beat the champs at full strength, you can beat anybody in this league. And I know everybody, the thing about Philadelphia, people are going to say, okay, they won 2-3 point games, 1 point games all year long. That's because everybody takes a shot at the champs. When you're the champs, everybody's Super Bowl is the day they play you. And so they're taking all those lumps. And up to this point, they're going to take another one. This one, they're going to lose. We're on the come up. Big time. Big time. I think we got the formula to beat them. I think we got the team to beat them. And I think we have the unknown that is Ben Johnson and this offense that can really take this thing to another level. We just got through talking about that. There's things that we can do to raise our level and make us really one of those teams out there that everybody's just like, I thought this was a fluke with Chicago. Hell no. This is for real, man. Some culture, the way they're preparing for these games individually, how they're finding ways to get over the hump is unreal. And I'm past that point where it could be a fluke. There was that for a couple of games when they did that, but I'm past that, probably 3-4 weeks past that. So I hope you are too. And I just want to say this about the extra sauce content that we do at the end. It's rewarding to know that people stay this long and engage in this content. It's fun to know that people have minds outside of the Chicago Bears and really hold us down so that we can have conversations outside of that. It's really rewarding and makes me feel good about the work that we do behind the scenes and make sure it happens. So I just want to thank you all one last time before we get ready to get out of here, and I'll leave you with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.